Hello everyone, welcome back to a Total Warhammer multiplayer stream. Well, today we are not playing multiplayer, we are looking at multiplayer instead. Thanks to Incarz's invitation, we have a whole bunch of cool replays. I haven't seen any one of them, so I can't say how cool they are, but they will be cool. We have a bunch of cool replays from the Vermin League brackets, and we are going to basically cast everything in this one stream. Sorry for the last couple of weeks where I basically went pretty much silent there. I had to deal with a minor surgery, so I wasn't really in a shape to cast, stream, and record anything. But we are back in action, starting with the Strellet Play-offs. Now, we do have the screen blocker up right now because you might get spoiled from seeing how many replays available for each playoff. So yeah, I'm just gonna have the screen blocker up right now, and whenever we're in the the replay selection screen, so that you won't get spoiled for the combat content. And yeah, let's just start with the first replay. There is a recommended order of casting, so I'm just gonna cast according to Incarz's recommendation. Massive thanks to Incarz for reaching out and dropping me this plethora of quality replays, and yeah, really excited to see what's in this what's in the playoffs right now. For the Strellet playoffs, we have Phoenix King versus Strellet in the first playoff here. For the army builds, Phoenix King is going with Lizardmen, a front line of skin cohorts, backed up by even more skin cohorts, but with javelins, and then a third line of Cold 1 cavalry, and yeah, just Cold 1 cavalry really. Cold Spear Riders, Cold Riders mixed in together with another line of Cold Ones at the back. Well, only two, and one single Colossadon Hunters, a regiment of renowned anti-large mobility in disguise. Leading the army is Islamic Priest of Life, and coming in with Shield of the Old Ones, Banishment, Blood Statue of Spite, Regrowth, and Earth Blood. So a lot of healing, ready to keep these mobility alive. Now on the other side of the battlefield for Strellet, going with a lot of expensive mobility. That's a whole lot of Demogryphs. Holy shit! What is this? Alright, so there are 5 units of Demogryph Knights. 3 of them with halberds, 2 of them with lances. That's a lot of high quality armor piercing mobility. And then 4 units of spears to basically form a perimeter around one single cannon with another spear stacked on top to guard the crew. Leading the army is Karfran, supported by Zercaster. Yes, there is a bright wizard with fire magic on the field. So that is going to be interesting there with Burning Head ready to toast a bunch of skinkies, boys. We shall see if that tactic's gonna work here. These mobility will have, I'm not sure how are they gonna, they're probably gonna try to cycle charge the front line with the skin cohorts, but they do have to be careful, the Colon Riders and stuff, to counteract them. Now, do note that this is not played on Conquest mode. This is regular land battle, so there are no capture points, and both sides will have to follow that attacking rule, at least to a minimal standard. Now, the Lizardman was a bit passive there, but they're not like draw kiting or anything, so it's fine. And you can see with the Koan kind of far away, these Demogryphs decided to go for a cheeky charge, cycle charging the front line of skin cohorts. But at the same time, the moment they charge in, they loses the ability to counter charge the Cold 1 Riders, opening them up to a counter charge from the Cold 1 cavalry. And they're taking damage already. However, the Cold 1 might be overextending a bit there. You can see a lot of models punch through the enemy formation, allowing the other side. Oh, that's a lot of friendly fire. Those cannons, stop shooting into this blob. And then javelins coming in as well. So the Demogryphs are actually taking probably more losses. But at the same time, the Skinks and Cold 1 Riders did take some damage. So that was not ideal. Hey, I'm the Lion. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. And even Colossus Hunters dove in, but before they could even do much damage, they're taking a lot of damage. And yeah, in contrast, like the Demogryphs are piling onto them. Karl Franz is in, turning on Raglan Rudenfang Galmaraz, just stacking every kind of attack buffs available onto this blob. Ooh, a banishment into the fray, and Coin Riders got charged by the Demogryphs as well. So this is a whole lot of mess of mobility. However, most of the Empire army is just kind of standing at back. They're not really doing much. As basically most of their army value is in here, as the Demogryphs are basically surrounded by skinks, bogged down by sheer number of bodies, and get hit by javelins, poison, debuffed, and they're unable to extract themselves right now. Well, fortunately for them, though, Karl Franz is here to just bail them out, terrifying Koan cavalry away. The cannon is... I'm not sure how much work they're doing right now. Let me just slow down a bit and check. 67 kills so far, but not even close to earning back their value yet. I assume there's a bunch of friendly fire as well. Now shooting at a very healthy for Koan unit. And the Demogryph blob is just pushing straight through all those Koan cavalry. Seems like they managed to trade really well into the Koan cavalry and just driving down the skinks as well. But the javelins are definitely putting a toll onto their numbers. They are slowly thinning out. There are only 2 units of relatively healthy Demogryphs still in the fight, while there's a 3rd unit, but it's on the verge of death anyway, so we don't really count that one in. Burning Head, very nice, just incinerating some skinks and more importantly evaporating their leadership with that burnt debuff. Stacked with terror from Karl Franz. They might just buckle a little bit earlier than usual, but at the same time, the Demogryph Knights, they are, as much armor as they have and the HP and whatnot, they're actually a relatively fragile elite unit. Like, they really rely a lot on the armor to protect them. However, they don't have like exceptional... They have good leadership, but not like anything insane, and yeah, they just don't have enough numbers to sustain themselves in a prolonged fight, especially surrounded by chaff and armor-piercing mobility. However, they are trading, thanks to the support of Karl Franz and all the Burning Heads, they're trading really well into the enemy Koan cavalry and slowly gaining an advantage in that balance of power. Every time the skinks pile into the fight, they are risking to get absolutely burnt down by that Burning Head. And also the Burning Head does cut down a little bit of the healing from the Slime Age Priest of Life. Javelins continue to fly into these Demogryph Knights, but the problem for the Lizardmen is, do they have what it takes to take down Karl Franz at this point? Karl Franz is still half health, and then the Demogryphs, they are taking a lot of damage, but they did so much work. I think they mostly earned back their valor. Hey, Guriel, Bok indeed. And yeah, now the Slimy Priest is completely, not completely isolated, but definitely falling victim to Karl Franz himself with nothing really to stop the onslaught. Now, Slime Mage, despite being a relatively tanky mage against Karl Franz's specialized duelist with Galmaraz boosting that damage, yeah, the Slime Mage Priest is absolutely getting slaughtered in there. The waves of skinks and Koan mobility, this seems like are no match to the Demogryph Knights, as the Demogryphs fight their way through all those skinky boys with the help of Burning Head, of course, to thin out the numbers. Bright Wizard getting some decent damage done as well against the skinky boys, but yeah, the Demogryphs, man, the Demogryphs did work. Didn't expect them to brute force their way through all those Code 1 cavalry, but they managed to do it. Well, good news good thing for the Demogryphs is that they have excellent melee stats compared to the Koan cavalry. So that kind of explains why they managed to fight through the Koan cavalry relatively well. Wait, now there are only 4 Koans still on the field, but yeah, 5 whole Demogryph Knights. Nobody expected that many Demogryphs. Like, usually when you bring Demogryphs, it's like you bring 1 or 2 units. And yeah, I don't know how, but the Colossodon Hunters just got melted in there as well, which is really weird. Not sure what really happened there. Maybe they just got bogged down and slaughtered by the Right-Line Rudenfang melee attack buff, I feel like. Not entirely sure, but I assume that's what happened, as they just got melted in the middle of a bunch of Demogryph Halberds. And you can see not all the Demogryph earned back their worth. Only 2, maybe 3. I think it's only 2 of them really earned back their worth. This one almost did, but the rest didn't quite do so. But these 2 managed to do it, and 128 kills on the Great Cannons. Holy crap. This is exactly why I don't think Skink Tide works well anymore. Yeah, their leadership is quite fragile, and seems like their javelins, despite having... they're just not doing that much. Now, do note that I am replaying these replays in 7.0.3 patch. Because all these playoffs were done before the 7.0.4 hotfix. So, yeah, or is it 7.1? Basically, it was done. They were played before the latest hotfix, so I have to roll back the. I have to roll back the replays. I have to roll back the game's version to make sure these replays are accurate. But yeah, the Samurai Priest, unfortunately, there are no actually there are no good value for healing. Like, regrowth probably works best for big giant monsters, but the Colossodon Hunter is the most valuable unit in the entire build here. Just got melted away, very unfortunately, and before they can even receive much healing. Nukes RT with Hand of God so they don't murder cold ones and can duel. Of Krogar versus Empire. Yeah, that's true, and he's relatively small, so I assume he's less susceptible to artillery firepower. But yeah, Krogar might actually change things a lot in this. Because I don't feel like healing works well in this build because all these are not that valuable for healing, especially not with regrowth. I'll probably go Skink Priest of Beast with either Flock of Doom or maybe even Pan's Impenetrable Pelt, just because it boosts weapon damage and stuff, armor piercing damage and stuff. But yeah, the Demogorgon Halberds don't work here, and they just completely outclass the other side's mobility. And for some reason, the Colossodon Hunters just got melted. That was unfortunate for the Phoenix King. In that regard. Anyways, next replay now with oh, actually I haven't pulled up the scoreboard in a long while, so let me just do that. Can I do that? Oh, wait, shit. Let me. I can't. That's weird. Right, hold on. Saying that. Yeah, that's what happened. I have locked them. All right, for some reason, yeah, we're moving. We're moving. All right, cool. There we go. On the left we have Phoenix King. That's 0 for him so far. The people will learn of the Ember Spear meta soon enough. I don't think it's good against like single entity stuff, but it's definitely decent. If you use it against, if you use it like from the side, shooting into the enemy's flank, and then just punch through the formation, it's a great thing. I mean, the last time I see Ember Spears being used effectively was pretty much what I was trying to spell kite the dwarves with, well, with Lore of Beasts. So I don't know, man. Right, Strellet is in the lead for now. Let's go into game 2 and see what happens. Now, this time, Phoenix King is going with... let me just move the screen blockers around. There we go. That is actually pretty good, huh? Maybe I should test it out in the future. But yeah, for now, let's go back to the army belt here. Skavens from the Phoenix King going with a front line of Skaven slaves backed up by Poison Globes and Clamrat Spears, Night Runners, the good old skirmishy Skaven build. I mean, Skaven distractions with their decent missiles and melee stats, but definitely better than your typical Skaven slaves. Clamrat Spears, 1 Ixious Triads for the anti-large armor-piercing Guandals, and then 4 more Red Ogres. Now, leading the army is a Kick Claw on a Doom Wheel on his hamster wheel. And, yeah, I do wonder how he sees... Oh, wait, no, I was wondering how he sees where he's going, but I guess there's the lenses that helps him look towards the front. Yeah, you can see the lenses there. Yeah, so okay, so that makes sense. Right. Coming in with Flensing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale to lock down the skies, but can he punish anything in the skies though? I doubt that because I really don't see any anti-air firepower, but I guess he can lock down the air unit on the ground and just jump them with Ichthys Triads and Red Ogres, the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep. And then on the other side, for the Dark Elves, the front line of Bleak Sword's second line of armor-piercing Shades. The regular Shades, they can fight off Clanrat summons with their decent melee stats, but ideally you don't want them to get caught in melee. A bunch of mobility Dark Riders and Dark Riders only. Leading the army is Lokia Felhard with the Merciless Slaver to reduce enemy leadership. Very nice against Skavens, who already have questionable morale. Yeah, let's get the battle started, as there is a fire sorceress with Burning Head and Fireball against the Skavens. Once again, leadership debuff spells. Ooh, a bit of overcast damage from the Fireball. And it did hit, but Ikiklo didn't take much damage due to the 110 armor, and Fireball honestly doesn't have much armor piercing at only 30% of ranged damage. So I would say definitely not a great cast, taking way more damage than you actually do. Now, Ikiklo have to be careful though, getting a little too close to the Shades. Ooh, nice Brass Orb though, doing some good damage to those Shades, and good dodge coming in from Phoenix King. So that volley was mostly wasted. Dresspears and Bleak Souls will have to be careful, as they do not want to get hit by those Poison Globes, while the Night Runners are peppering Lokia Felhard with their Scrap Metal Shurikens. Oh, beautiful volley from the Shades, deleting those Poison Globes. Poison Globes really much relying on that armor to protect themselves, and if they don't have armor, they really don't have much protection. And they did manage to fire off a couple Poison Wind Globes against the Shades, but not doing a whole lot of damage. While the Shades are absolutely deleting those Poison Wind Globes, they might want to turn over and start shooting at a Claw instead. On the other side there, wait, did Lokia drop a breath attack? Yes, he did. And with the Shades' help, yeah, those Poison Wind Globes are getting beaten back. But the Red Ogres and the front line in general, plus some Poison Wind Globes, I believe, are deleting those Dread Spears in the front line. Same goes for here, but the Ichthys Triads are taking a lot of friendly fire. They didn't use the summon. No, you should have used the summon. Oh wait, no, no, that is not the summon. The summons are here, and the actual real Ichthys Triads are getting Poison Wind Globe down. That was unfortunate. Oh no, but okay, Lokia Felhard dropped down on the ground now. This might be the time to drop them a little bit of Howling Warp Gale and jump him with no, it looks like it's Flensing Ruin instead. Ichthys Triads, with the help of Poison Globes, did manage to break through those Dread Spears, and Flensing Ruin will be draining down Lokia Felhard, who is trying to terrify away these Skaven infantry, but it seems like Clanrat Spears are the ones breaking first. Shades now exposed to the enemy melee elements, as the first line of Dread Spears, Bleak Swords are buckling under the weight of Red Ogres, and also a Ikiklo jumping in as well. On the other side, Shades are being driven back, burning out onto the front line, but the Skavens are... There's not a whole lot of Skavens infantry for them to burn. The Ichthys Triads took some damage, but that's about it. Dark Riders trying to bail out those Shades, but unfortunately they're just swarmed by Red Ogres, by Clanrats, and by Ikiklo himself. And the Dark Spears are holding against Clanrat Spears, but they're also occupied and unable to reinforce other parts of the army, as you can see. With a few volleys of those Poison Globes, most of that Dark Elf front line is crumbling, disintegrating apart, and the Shades are completely at the mercy of the Skavens, and we all know they don't... Mercy is not a word in Skaven dictionary. So yeah, Shades are now being driven back with now Night Runners and Skaven Chaff pushing forth. The Red Ogres are doing some really good, making some really good progress with their push as well. And Lokia Felhard is now surrounded by Red Ogres, pinned down, and on top of that, Ichthys Triads are trying to surround him and nuke down his armor with the Weeping Blade. Not that it matters much against Red Ogres, since they are all armor piercing, but yeah, there's still some Dress Spears on the field, but they're not where it matters. The middle section of the front line completely crumpled to the Red Ogres and Poison Winds combo. And yeah, I don't see how the Dark Elves can pull this one back. All their damage potential are knocked out. Loki Fallout is still fighting, but surrounded by Red Ogres and Anti-Large Extratrias, despite their HP being quite low, they are still a very elite Skaven unit. One of the highest leaderships. One of the higher leaderships among the Skaven forces at 74 baseline with the Regiment of Renown status. So they are holding on just fine with the Red Ogres, especially Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep, reinforcing as well. Night Runner is also shooting in. He is Loki Fallout is poisoned. Brass Orb nuking down the Dread Spears and Dark Riders. A little bit of breath attack to delete some Pit Fighters, but this is where Loki Fallout's time ends, as a Flensing Rune should be able to finish him. He doesn't have any healing when he's not in combat, so there's no recovery to counter the direct damage, and he goes down then and there. As the Skavens plowing straight through that Dark Elf front line, the Dark Elves unable to stop the Poison Globes and Red Ogres from ruining their Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. And yeah, I'm not quite sure. I feel like the Dark Elves definitely wanted some Harpies in this matchup. It's always good to have Harpies against an artillery heavy or missile heavy faction, just for that ability to bypass enemy front line and shut down enemy missiles. As you can see here, this is the poison. I think this is the poison wing that got deleted by Shades. This one did really well though, and that's all it. one poison wind globe is all you need to ruin a front line, really. Just deleting units left, right, and center with those Red Ogres trampling enemy infantry as well. And Ikiclaw doing some really good work. While Loki fell hard, I like that idea of Merciless Slaver, but on a dragon he's just too expensive, man. Just send him on foot and send him to the front line. And what I would do instead is actually double Hydra. They are not afraid of Poison Globes. 2, they are relatively cost efficient compared to an expensive dragon, and you can have 2 of them that self heals and just like terrorize the enemy front line with breath attacks and burning heads and stuff. I would even try bringing a Charybdis myself, maybe replace one of the Hydra, because Charybdis also does leadership debuff. But yeah, it's rough. Infantry is not a great... Infantry spam is a very risky bet against Skavens, just solely because of Poison Globes. And second, primarily because of Poison Globes, secondarily because they have a lot of AoE punishments. Brass Orb, for example, and then Scorch from the Plague, from the Grey Seer on a bell. So yeah, it's hard to say. Alright, so next up, screen blocker. And actually, let's just check the shades there. The shades, one of them did okay, the others not quite so, as the front line really didn't held on for much. And yeah, they weren't given the chance to do much damage. Very expensive themselves, and they can fight off Clan Rats, but not against Red Ogres and Clan Rats stacked on top of them. They're still, after all, a ranged unit at heart, so they can do decent in melee against Chaff, but anything above Chaff would trade cost efficiently into them. And oh shit, no, don't look at this, don't look at this, you didn't see anything. Alright, don't spoil yourself of the surprises of how the battle goes. Try not to look at the replay files. Yeah. Anyways, one final battle, the best of 3 between Phoenix King and Strellet. How will it go? We shall see. This time is a grudge match of between the Order factions. They're High Elves versus the Dwarves. Phoenix King going with double Skittlesbird, double Arcane Phoenixes. One of them, the Omen of Asurian. And leading the army is a third birdie, Alariel the Radiant on a Great Eagle, with of course Star of Avalon for healing, Tempest to lock down enemy air units, and Earthblood to do some AoE heals. They're against dwarfs, right? Yeah. So gyrocopters definitely something that warrants a Tempest, because it's hard to deal with. It's hard to chase down a gyro kite if you have limited air units. So yeah, this makes sense. But I guess they really hate gyro kite too, since they already have a bunch of air units. But yeah, they just really want to get rid of those gyros. Now, on the ground, a bunch of Rangers, front line of Ship's Company, very cheap and cheerful. War Lions of Shrace, and 3 Chariots, 2 of them Lion Chariots, and 1 Ithilmar, the heavy armor melee Chariots. A lot of anti-infantry components there. Rangers good against Slayers. War Lions is slightly cheaper than the Chariots and can do armor-piercing anti-infantry damage, which can do against like the armored Thunders, Quarrelers, stuff like that. And of course, Chariots just plow through Dowie formation. On the other side, for the Dowie there, a Rune Lord, a cheap and cheerful Lord leading the Dowie army. Front line of miners and backed up by some Thunders. More missiles. Yeah, front line miners have they don't have blasting charges at all. They're all melee miners. 3 units of Iron Drakes, 4 actually, 5 Iron Drakes. So a lot of firepower, a lot of Thunders, just ready to shoot the hell out of everything on the High Elf side. This might be a rough one for the High Elves. The key is, can they get close enough and drag the Dowie missiles into melee, or will they just get deleted from afar? We shall see. Rune Lord, of course, bringing in Rune of Slowness, I believe. Yeah, Rune of Slowness to lock down the enemy units, bog them down, so they can get shot to bits. Actually, let me just quickly change. It's 1v1 now. Yeah. Right, let's go back to normal speed, and yeah, we shall see what kind of action unfolds. Alright, looks like both sides are tuning their formation. Again, this is not conquest mode, so there are indeed rules of engagement. Both sides have to constantly be on attack instead of sitting back passively. And you can see the Iron Drakes are opening up onto some of the Warlands, and while the Thunders are trying to pepper down the Arcane Phoenix. Oh no, the Warlands are taking quite a bit of damage. They do have Lion's Pelt, so it gives them 30% of missile resistance, and absorbing quite a bit of the missile with the help of that flame. What is it called again? Flamespire, fire. No, that's not. The Ember Storm. Doing some really nice AoE damage to the Thunders, and with the help of the War Lions breaking through those Thunders at the front. How much armor piercing? Oh, 50% armor piercing damage. That's actually pretty good for an AoE spell. Of course, Dowie being Dowie, they have layered defenses. One layer goes down, there's a second layer continues to fire in. However, there are a limited number of melee troops right now. As a lot of investment went into the missiles, Thunders, Iron Drakes, and they're taking a lot of damage from the Fire Ember Storm, from the mobility charging in, and they were not given the chance to sit back safely and fire. The War Lions finally being knocked out, but at the same time, with all the tension onto the War Lions and Arcane Phoenixes, there is not enough range pressure to shut down the Lion Chariots and Ithilmar Chariots. The Ithilmar Chariots took more damage, but still, Lion Chariots are in the fray and just distracting all those Iron Drakes from shooting. Thunders are back online, but yeah, most of the missiles are being tied down, and some Rangers even getting on top of the Iron Drakes and shutting them down. And with all these Arcane Phoenixes applying terror to the nearby Dowie, the Iron Drakes have slightly better leadership, so they are holding for now. But the Thunders are terrified away. I think the Dwarves are in a bit of an uphill battle right now, and even Gyrocopters are pinned down by the Tempest. There are still enough Thunders around, and are still quite a big threat to all those high elf mobility, but one of the gyros have been knocked out as Alario the Radiant is chasing them down. Warlines on the verge of death, but they are still fighting and doing some more damage to those Trollhammer torpedoes. Ship's companies with the help they just have enough numbers to just bypass the enemy front line and get to the back line. I suppose, with the Rangers getting hit by a Rune of Wrath and Ruin, taking some AoE damage, but continues to ignore that Rune Lord and push into the back line. Something needs to be done about these Thunders, as they are just murdering these Ithilmon chariots. Where are the Lion Chariots? Oh, both of the Lion Chariots are all the way on the other side, chasing down Thunders, and Lara the Radiant drops in on some tattered Thunders, making sure they can't come back. And the Iron Drakes, they might want to start shooting at these Lion Chariots now. Because they are the next ones to get ran down by those chariots. But yeah, the main problem right now are these Arcane Phoenixes still very much healthy, and Alaria still have plenty of healing for them. Not a single use of Star of Avalon so far. So yeah, this is, I would say, gonna be rough for the Dawi. Those single entities are a big pain in the ass for them right now. Dropping into all kinds of missiles, making sure they can't keep firing. And yeah. Okay, it's been a while since I stream. I still need, my voice need to get used to streaming again. I feel like just hydrate a bit and probably we'll be fine. Alright, anyways, Iron Drakes are tied down by ships companies. I think we can fast forward at this point. Balance of power is overwhelmingly in favor of the High Elves, and I do agree with their chariots, with their very healthy birds, the triple birds. This Omen of Azorian barely taking any damage, as the Dawi really don't have any melee damage power. Gyros came back, and there are still some miners and some tattered Iron Drakes, but they're just dodging. They're just getting dodged now. Tempest locks down Gyros. Arcane Phoenix followed up. Army losses hit, and that shall be GG with victory belonging to Phoenix King, and Phoenix King will be winning this best of 3 with finally a high elf build, very thematic of him, and a double Arcane Phoenixes, one of them the Omen of Azorian, and a bunch of Lion spam. War Lions, Lion Chariots, and Ithilmon Chariots didn't do much there. They lack the kind of armor piercing that Lion Chariots have, so yeah, they are a bit rougher in a Dawi matchup. The Dawi had a lot of missiles, and because of that, they do not have anything to protect their missiles in melee. All they can do is try to bat on the chances of killing everything before anything get close, but obviously they weren't able to do that with the single entities being relatively tough to deal with, and with all their focus fire on the single entities, they were not able to shoot down the chariots before the chariots get in. And once the chariots get in, it's very hard for the Dawi to reorganize a proper defense, proper crossfire, when half of your missile assets are all dragged into melee by chariots. The other half are tied down by melee troops and stuff. So yeah, it's a bit rough for them for this one. You can see the Iron Drakes didn't earn enough for their worth, neither did the Thunders, I don't think. Maybe this one almost managed to earn back the value, but yeah, mostly we're really struggling. And the Gyrocopters with Tempest and Arcane Phoenixes on the field, they were just not gonna be left firing peacefully in the skies. Okay, anyways, don't look. Don't look. These are best of 3, so don't look at them for now. Let's see. The next recommended matchup is Hayseed versus Phoenix King. Wait, am I missing? Hold on. I need to check some of the replay files again, because okay, I think everything's there. All right, cool. Right. Next up, Hayseed versus Phoenix King in this best of 3 bracket. Screen blocker off, and then we have Hayseed on the left. And Phoenix King on the right. Let's slow down a bit there. Hayseed going with Chaos Dwarves in this first battle of the best of 3. A front line of Hobgoblin, Cutthroat, Throat and the Blazing Beards of Bazarek, backed up by blunderbusses packing a lot of heavy firepower and a bunch of bolt throwers. Now at the far back, there are Orc Laborers and Orc Laborers just providing some bodies to guard the bolt throwers. Trying to kill the other side from afar. Alright, leading the army is a Saucer Prophet of Hashut, supported with only Curse of Hashut to drain enemy single entities. And didn't even bother with the Chalice of Blood and Darkness. Interesting. Infernal Castellan on the front line, ready to do more poke as well. So they're probably expecting constructs and are gonna poke constructs with firepower. And looks like constructs. It is a front line of skeleton warriors and spears for Arcane the Black to lead the army. These Tomb Kings are relying quite a bit on constructs after all. Eyes of Desert, Casket of Souls, and a Necro Sphinx, providing some expensive chunk of their army there. Skeleton Horsemen at the back, and some of their Kara Horsemen as well, providing mobility to silence the enemy firepower, I assume. And the Necrofax would be something to deal with the demon engines, the constructs of the engines, the elementals made by the Chaos Dwarfs. But I feel like it would be better if you go for the Sphinx of Uskif. Because the Sphinx of Uskif also, I think they have fire resistance. Not only do they have fire damage, they also have a bit of fire resistance, which would help against the Chaos Dwarf firepower. Especially, hold on. I didn't realize Blunt Buses is not a fire damage missile. Never mind. Necro Sphinx is fine then. Alright. One semi-viable casket matchup. Yeah, that's true. The Chaos Dwarf don't really have a lot of good anti-artillery tool, but they, for once, they did bring that out, and that is the Hobgoblin bolt throwers. Big Sphinx does fire damage though. Oh yeah, it does do fire damage, and it is less effective against Chaos Dwarf with the Big Sphinx. But yeah, looks like the triple bolt throw is doing a number on that Casket of Souls. The Necro Sphinx is standing right in front of it, hoping to block some shots. Well, not enough, I guess. Necro Sphinx is still firing, but oh wait, sorry, the Casket is still firing and nuking some Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses, but yeah, I don't think the Casket want to just sit there and take it, because it's gonna die, and it's gonna die soon with all those bolt throwers. So Skeleton Warriors are pushing up. That was a horrible volley. What the fuck? What the fuck, Casket? Anyways, Fate of Buna right onto these Blazing Beards, the most expensive unit in the entire Chaos Dwarf army. While Arcane the Black got hit by a Curse of Hashut. A little bit of a direct damage to drain them down, and Casket of Soul goes down. Hobgoblin bolt throwers too inaccurate, they don't deal lots of damage, and Casket spread isn't as bad against a bolt thrower. Yes, but against 4 bolt throwers, I don't think this Casket stood a chance, to be honest. And now the Caskets are... Wait, what's shooting at? Oh, the Castellans are shooting at the Arcane the Black. That's why the Necro Sphinx is mostly left intact right now, because Infernal Castellan is just trying to poke down the leadership of the Tomb Kings. Cutthroats should be able to hold the line for now against all the skeletons there. There's a lot of mobility coming in. Blunderbusses are turning around and trying to counter those mobility, but we shall see if that works there, as Necro Sphinx is and the skeleton horses are jumping into the back line. But now all 4 after the Casket, it's time for the Necro Sphinx to get heavy focus by all those bolt throwers. Eyes of the Desert moved up, but their main strength is shooting at single entities. So them in this matchup with not a whole lot of single entities to shoot at, that's not going to be too useful. Anyways, Arcane the Black took another Curse of Hashut just as he gets too close to the enemy caster, but at the same time managed to drop a skeleton warrior down. But unfortunately, that Necro Sphinx got bogged down by the artillery coup and got deleted by the blunderbusses in center of the formation there. Necrosphinx didn't do a whole lot and just got absolutely annihilated. As now the Nekara Horsemen and Eyes of Desert have managed to get through the enemy frontline defenses and silence those blunderbusses. But it's too late for the Necrosphinx, unfortunately, and might be even too late for the Chaos Dwarfs. Might be even too late for the Tomb. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it might be too late for the Tomb Kings as well, because Balance of Power is in favor of the Chaos Dwarfs. For one sec, I was a little bit confused on the colors of the side. My bad. But yeah, both Thorers are being tied down now, so soon there will be no more. Eyes of the Desert also just cutting down the Bolt Thrower crew, as they are still constructs. They can do decent melee against artillery crew. But Arcane the Black is getting targeted and chipped down. The mobility threat is being quite successful right now for the Tomb King side, trying to equalize things a bit there, shutting down those blunderbusses with the summon to Shapti and those Nekara Horsemen, which are a pretty decent mobility, all things considered. Though they're also being worn down by the sheer amount of Chaos Dwarf troops still on the field, and even the shooty ones, the missile ones, can put up a decent fight with the help of their armor and not too bad melee stats. Blunderbusses 32 defense and 27 attack, 28 baseline, so they can still fight back. Not the best fighting power, but it's still better than your typical archers and stuff. And of course armor, don't forget about that. But yeah. Now, of course, the Chaos Dwarves don't have the kind of mobility to guard their routed units, so the Tomb Kings will try to rout off all these broken Chaos Dwarf troops as much as possible. Just trying to escort them off and make sure they don't come back and keep firing again. But there's still two blunderbusses on. Yeah, two blunderbusses units still on the field, and the Tomb Kings are running out of troops. We shall see if that's going to be enough. Something. Oh, the laser venom of all these Eyes of Desert. I'm trying to do a number on that Hobgobble Bolt Thrower crew. The problem aren't the Bolt Throwers, I'm afraid. The problem are these blunderbusses right now. And, oh, well, one of the blunderbusses is getting poked down by the Eyes of Desert. And for some reason, the Eyes... Oh, yeah, the Eyes of Desert... I was gonna say that for some reason the Eyes of Desert didn't take as much damage. But then again, this unit doesn't have a whole lot of HP and models left. So, damage output is largely reduced. So, and this remaining Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses also get deleted by Fate of Buna. Alright, so... the Tomb Kings are trying to scrap back. The problem is they just don't have much troops left. Mobility being dumped into the fight there. But the Hobgobble Bolt Thrower still continues to fire. Army losses hit as the Nekara Horsemen and the Eyes of Desert HP continues to drop. And Arcane the Black as well being attrition down in melee. And that the victory belongs to the Chaos Dwarfs. Their quad Bolt Thrower tactic paid off. The Tomb Kings being relatively reliant on that construct and actually try to challenge Chaos Dwarf in artillery normally would be a good idea, but unfortunately the Chaos Dwarf were prepared for enemy artillery with 4 Bolt Throwers to shoot back and win that shootout. And they earned back their worth. They definitely earned back their worth there, because they're not that expensive at like 750 gold each. So they earned back their worth by shooting down the rather cumbersome and slow-moving enemy constructs. The Cascade of Souls, the Eyes of Desert, and Necrosphinx as well. While the blunderbusses, one of them did okay, the other, it's not so much. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it looks like it's the Hobgobble Bolt Thrower carrying the game for this one. Yeah, it's definitely the Bolt Thrower carrying the game here. Blazing Beards did pretty decent with their explosives and decent melee stats, but yeah, definitely Hobgobble Bolt Thrower carry. And sorry, I was just checking chat. Tomb Kings, the Fate of Bunas deleted some important units, but the problem is the real investment of this army. Oh god, that Necrosphinx got deleted by a combination of blunderbusses and bolt throwers. Eyes of the Desert also didn't. They just don't have any good targets to fight. There are no large monsters or constructs, while the Casket of Souls got heavy targeted by those bolt throwers. Like, there are 4 of them, man. There's no winning in this one. And yeah, the Necro Horsemen, unfortunately, just not enough horses to tie down all of these Chaos Dwarf, blunderbusses, and bolt throwers. There are 8 whole units of ranged missiles, and the Tomb Kings just don't have enough mobility to shut down all of them at once. Alright, once again, Screen Blocker up. Next battle in this best of 3. Right, I think this is the one. Alright, Hayseed this time going with the greenskins and a wall of black orcs, including the Crimson Killers. This is going to be an interesting one there. Yeah, and versus Dark Elves from the Phoenix King there. And we shall see how this unfolds. Let's slow down a bit. The greenskins of Hayseed, the front line of Black Orcs and Black Orcs with great weapons, and 1 more Crimson Killers. They're Black Orcs with dual weapons, so I don't know which Black Orc unit limit are they supposed to count into. But yeah, they're a dual weapon unit, so they don't have as much armor piercing as the great weapon variant, but they have bonus versus infantry. And a lot more weapon strength because of their regiment of renowned specialty, I suppose. Other than that, still a lot of big boys there. Not the big uns, but just boar boys. Still pretty big. Orc boy big uns. Now these are the big uns, big boys now. Savage Orc boar boys and Orc boar big uns, broken tusk mob. So a lot of armor piercing as well. Leading the army is a Night Goblin war boss. I really like this guy here. Cheap and cheerful with 2 different abilities that can control the enemy. Fermented Fungi for Rampage and Tormentor Sword to lock down enemy targets nearby. And Night Goblin Shaman with a Vindictive Glare and Sneaky Stabbing. There are a couple more units in the forest. Orc Boar Biggins and Orc Boar Boys for the Dark Elves here. Front line of Dread Spears backed up by Koan Knights and Dark Shards. Leading the army is a Supreme Sorceress of Death with Doom and Darkness to Oh no. I mean, it might help. It might help. Now, Doom and Darkness value comes from that leadership bomb. And when it stacks with terror, and can easily shock enemies into routing. But these are all Black Orcs in the front line. So all of them have immune to psychology. They're not as easy to be routed. At least I guess the Bacon Cav would still be vulnerable to that terror bomb and the Doom and Darkness and Terror Bomb combo. But we shall see what happens there. On the far side, there are some Dark Riders and a second Black Dragon in disguise. Let's just get the battle started now then, and see how this goes. The Dark Shards definitely want to heavy target those Crimson Killers, but we shall see if that's going to work there, because the Dark Shards do have a very limited range. Both sides are kind of setting up, so we fast forward a little bit as the Bacon Cav are pushing through the forest, trying to pressure these Dark Riders and send them back. There are some Koan Knights moving up, trying to mirror the movement of enemy cavalry, but at the same time, oh no, what is happening here? The Dark Elf army just got split into 2 sections. There's a massive hole in the middle, and the Dark Shards aren't aiming at the Crimson Killers. They are coming. Oh no. At least these Black Orcs are getting absolutely deleted by Dark Shards, I guess, but there are only 2 Dark Shards, and none of them are shooting at the Crimson Killers. This is not ideal, but okay, finally they're turning around, turning to shoot at the Crimson Killers. But yeah, Bacon Cav have dived into the front line there. The Orc Boar Biggins have managed to countercharge the Koan Knights, who didn't get a charge out, and are taking an absolute beating from these Bacon Cav. The Orc Boar Biggins doing some really solid damage. Now the Crimson Killers are pushing in, but for some reason got stopped by some bodies of the Koan Cavalry. The Koan Cavalry are still probably gonna die horribly. And next will be the Dark Shards falling victim. And yeah, the Dread Spears are no match against the Black Orcs, even after the Black Orcs being shot up by Dark Shards. Or Barbarians charging into Koan Knights. Koan Knights, unfortunately, did not have any melee stat modifier, while these Orc Barbarians, slow down a bit there, have a double melee attack stat buffs here. 67, oh, I'm sorry about the number. Melee attack! Plus 48 from the two buffs combined. Sneaky Stabbing, plus 24, and Wa plus 24. And don't forget about the plus 25% of armor piercing damage on these Orc Barbarians from the Sneaky Stabbing. And Wa as well. Another, yeah, these Koan Knights are getting an absolute beating right now. And the Dread Spears are absolutely falling victim to this. Oh, actually, let me slow down because I forgot to change the scoreboard. Yep, there we go. Back to normal. Sweet. Yeah, that is a rough time for the Dark Elves. Oh boy. Breath attack onto the ground, burning, just wrecking those cavalry though. And there's still some Dark Shards. They are gonna be very important to bring this one back. They have the burst damage to shut down the Crimson Killers. They need to fire the Crimson Killers, but they're not firing for shit. What the fuck? Fire, bro. Anyways, the Dread Spears front line is definitely backing up around. They don't even dare to try and challenge those Black Orcs in melee. What's happening? Oh no. But yeah, the Dark Elf front line is falling apart. Although the Night Gobble War Boss is no match for the dragon. And it got hit by Doom and Darkness, and a dragon dive in. Okay, yeah, this might be a bit of trouble. I don't know if he still has the Tormentor Sword in his back pocket. If he does, he might need to use it soon to make sure the Black Dragons can't keep up with him. But yeah, with the Spirit Leech, this Night Gobble War Boss is on timer, being drained down like that. Orc Boys and Barbarians are now surrounding the dragon, should be able to give him a proper beating. And some Dark Shards return, may be able to shoot down those Black Orcs even. We shall see. Beautiful breath attack, although with some friendly fire damage. Now, I think this is a problem of the single entity kite at this point. There's nothing to protect all these Dark Shards, unfortunately. Really nothing. The RR counts as the shielded blorks. Okay, that makes sense. Since they are both, like, non-armor piercing variants, I suppose. Alright, nice rampage from the Fermented Fungi, locking the Supreme Sorceress of Death Magic in the middle of a bunch of Broken Tusk mob, with spite of the Bad Moon boosting their bonus versus large even further. So they are gonna murder this Supreme Sorceress of Dark and Sneaky Stabbing. Oh yeah, their melee stats and melee damage output should be quite decent, but unfortunately they didn't get a lot of hits on to the Supreme Sorceress, and yeah, not doing a whole lot of damage. Which is weird, but yeah. The two Black Dragons are still doing pretty well. The problem is the Night Gobble War Boss charged into a bunch of Dark Shards and got dragged down in melee. I assume he also got shot by Dark Shards in the process, and Spirit Leech. So yeah, it's tough to be a Night Gobble in front of Spirit Leech spam, honestly. And I think he's gonna go down with the Black Dragon diving in, just bombing him in melee. But that monolith right here just blocking everything. So the Black Dragon has to take a long detour going up and over before landing and killing that poor Night Gobble War Boss. Still, there are a lot of Black Orcs on the field, and there's still a Night Gobble in great shape, and we shall see if those are going to be enough here. But the Dark Shards are going to do a lot of carry work here. They've already earned back their worth with a lot of solid damage against the enemy's Black Orcs, against the enemy's Broken Tusk mobs and stuff. Now these are mostly shielded Black Orcs. Some armor piercing and shielded great weapon ones are there as well. But there are not a whole lot of mobility threats against the Dark Shards right now. Oh no, that is gonna be a brutal breath attack. Okay, that's not bad considering how stacked up they were previously, but yeah, still took some nasty damage there. Balance of Fire is slowly shifting back into the middle there, as the Dead Lord means that these greenskin units are a lot easier to be terrified away by the dragon. The Black Orcs don't suffer from terror, but these Orc Borobigans and Boar Boys in general do. A little bit of sneaky stabbing and try and surround and beat down the Black Dragon here, while the Dark Shards are trying to pepper down the Black Orcs. Unfortunately enough for the Greenskins, there's no WoW right now, so these Orc Borobigans unfortunately will be routed away by the Double Dragon terrorizing them, despite them still having some decent HP left. Maybe it's time for Vindictive Glare. Yeah, Vindictive Glare coming in, chipping down on that Black Dragon. I feel like the Supreme Sorcerers would be a better choice, but anyways. Bacon Cap charge into these Dark Shards, but they are just so tattered. Even charging into melee didn't manage to accomplish much for them. Dark Shards continues to retreat and keep firing. But this might be the time for the Black Orcs with shields to keep pushing up and just drive back those Dark Shards. Because right now, these Bacon Cav now being targeted by the Supreme Sorceress. And they are going to be terrified again, aren't they? Yep, terrorists coming in due to the death of their lord. They are very cowardly right now. Oh, they aren't even terrified. They're just normal routed and chased down by the enemy mobility. No? What are you doing? Okay, yeah, Vindictive Glare chipping down the enemy units. Yeah, it makes sense. While the Black Orcs continues to drive up against the enemy Dark Shards. Some of them managed to catch up for a moment there, but a rear charge from the Black Dragon shut them down. Oh, Bacon Cav managed to catch up to some Dark Shards, and that slowed them down enough for the Crimson Killers to catch up as well. Spirit Leech on to the Black Orcs right now. Supreme Sorcerers. Ooh, targeting that Night Gobble Shaman and almost terrifying them. With Doom and Darkness nuking that leadership as well, but not quite enough to do so. Breath attack into Black Orcs. And still one unit of Dark Shards at the back there, just holding on. And peppering down the enemy units. Oh, unfortunately the Shaman has to stick close to the Black Orcs, as the Double Dragon are really aiming to shut him down right now. Oh, the enemies are still around, so it can't recover the leadership. So he has been abandoned, and all the Black Orcs are just beelining for the Dark Shards, trying to shut him down as well. The Double Dragon is gonna be a bit of an issue here. Oh, Spirit Leech just continues to drain down the remaining Black Orcs, and it's a bit of a spell kiting time. As attacking rule dictates that as long as you're attacking an enemy unit, even if they're routing, you're still fulfilling the attacking rule. So the routed Black Orcs are being chased down by the Black Dragons, while the unrouted Black Orcs are unable to catch up to those unable to catch up to the Black Dragons who are on a fighting retreat. And once these Black Orcs goes into a rout, they won't be able to return due to the dragons chasing them down. But I assume they have ran all out of breath attacks. The Black Dragons will have to fight till the end here, just finish everything in melee. However, the Supreme Sorcerers of Dark Magic is not feeling too hot fighting in the middle of Crimson Killers, who are a bunch of tough bastards to kill. And Supreme Sorcerers gets knocked out. The Black Dragon continues to fight, and seems like Pain has devoured the Black Dragon, with the Black Orcs toughing it out. They are really the toughest motherfuckers in the whole Greenskins army, as their immune to psychology renders them fearless against the terror of the dragon, allowing them to hold on in this kind of late game scenario. That terror coming in really freaking clutch. All the buffs and debuffs in the world on that fight, and the dragon barely died. Yeah, like those Orc Boy Biggins, I think those were the Biggins, got hit with a sneaky stabbing and a what, and with Rampage locking down the Supreme Sorcerers of Death in the middle of those Bacon Calf, and on top of that, Fermented Fungi has a -24 melee defense debuff going on there, and like as if those Bacon Calf barely landed any hits on that enemy Castalord. That was just rough, man. All this point, you need to kill all the ground, so the... At this point, you need to kill all the ground so the dragons have to fulfill attacking rule and can't use all the breath attacks. The dragons can still use breath attacks by fulfilling the attacking rules, because they were 2 dragons. You can have one fighting and the other staying in the skies to drop breath attacks. So, yeah. It was still possible. It will be harder to execute the breath attacks, yes, but it will still be possible. Best choice honestly might be Dark Shards so they can't shoot the Black Orcs. That is true. I mean, I don't really see a... you can probably Psycho Charge kill the Black Orcs in the late game, but I don't know. I feel like you still need the... I feel like you still need the... You still need the breath attack to kill the Black... Oh, yeah, no. Best shot honestly might be Dark... Okay, sorry. Are you talking about a rampage choice or what? Or the attack focus choice for the greenskins? Not sure. Anyways, yeah. So the Black Orcs did really well, man. Just beating down everything in the middle of their surround, and the Borbo Biggins did really well too. Just traded well into all the Koan Knights. Man, the Koan Knights did terribly in this fight. I didn't really pay attention to them in the early fight other than the one where they get bullied by a sneaky stabbing and buffed Orc Borboy Biggins. Like, Koan Knights, normally they should do pretty well against Bacon Cav. The problem is the Greenskins have a lot of access to various buffs, while the Dark Elves have none. The Dark Elves really have no controllable attack buffs. Yes, there's Murderous Prowess, but you can't control when it activates. So sometimes it just pops up too early or too late, and you're just not using it, since you're not in a fight that can utilize that. Like, yeah, that was just not ideal. The Black Dragons try to carry the game here, but unfortunately, that shall be GG as Oh, the Dark Shards did really well though, peppering down the enemy units. But yeah, the Koan Cavalry, man, disappointing. A shameful display. All right, we do have one more battle in this best of 3, so we shall see if Phoenix King can get at least one win in this best of 3. Right now, Hayseed is 2 games ahead, 2 points ahead. I think Incarz was saying spend the last 4 boys going after ranged units instead of trying to block the dragons. That might be a good choice, but I don't know, because we also saw like one very tattered Bacon Cav charging the Dark Shards around the late game, and they quickly got peeled off, unfortunately. Fair dues. It's hard to tell. But yeah, Dark Shards would be hitting Dark Shards is definitely a pretty good call. Just to keep them silent, and they're the biggest threat against the Black Orcs in the late game there. Alright, so one last battle. Hayseed bringing elves against the elf player. Can Phoenix King get one win? Well, Phoenix King is also kind of bringing... Oh wait, no, these are none of these are elves. Okay, never mind. Maybe the Fiends of Slaanesh are elves? Former elves? No longer elves for them now, but yeah. We shall see. As over here, Hayseed is going with Wood Elves, a front line of War Dances and Wildwood Rangers. A very bold attempt here with a lot of melee components. Going very heavy on melee, actually. Expensive melee as well. And we'll see if these pay off. Because, Flangors are pretty decent melee fighters. Especially against lightly armored infantry and War Dancers. And, Wildwood Rangers are most certainly lightly armored. Behind them are some Glade Gods with Hackbane tips. And Glade Riders plus Zotes. I do love Zotes as a anti-large armor-piercing fighter. A very generalist unit, really. They can do some good fighting against cavalry and monsters. At the same time, they have very good support abilities. Flesh to Stone 3 uses after the change. That has been there for a few patches. I forgot how many patches exactly, but originally they have 2 casts of Flesh to Stone. Now they have 3, and 2 casts of Earth Blood as well for some pretty nice healing, so you don't have to spend money and magic on healing spells. Although they still, oh, okay, there is still, the Widow still spend money and magic on regrowth, I guess. Shield of Thorns though, to hit back at the enemy units trying to abuse the enemy attacking of the Slangors and stuff and try to damage them in return. We shall see if that works. I feel like it would be nice to have something like the Sisters of the Thorns to stack more Shield of Thorns, but I guess just regular Shield of Thorns will do in this instance. Other than that, I think that's it for the Wood Elf army. As I do like this Wood Elf build, because in general, Wood Elf suffer from a lot of players just know they're gonna do kiting and missile spam, so they design their armies to counter that. But no, they're relatively unprepared for like a melee focus Wood Elf build. Now, however, in this instance, Phoenix King is indeed going with a very melee focus, their own melee rush build with a bunch of Slangos in front. Normally wouldn't be good against kite builds, but in this kind of scenario would trade well, I believe, into Wildwood Rangers in particular. There are also some Fiends, Hellstriders, a bunch of Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, and more Fiends and Hellstriders. Leading the army is Prince Sigvald the Magnificent with Sliver Slash, and of course there's Auric Armor for self-heal, and Chaos Saucer of Slaanesh with Pavane to silence enemy missiles and lure them into unfavorable fights, and Lash of Slaanesh. Slaanesh, yeah. Alright, anyways, Slangors are moving in now, but of course they're getting hit hard by those Hackbane tips. War Dancers also charging, slamming into Slangors, both sides taking a ton of damage, and looks like the War Dancers are the ones taking more damage than the Slangors. Lash of Slaanesh, oof! Painful hit onto the Wildwood Rangers, although the Slangors taking a bunch of firepower as well. The War Dancers are taking a lot of damage. I feel like they're almost better to just turn on the Shadow's Coil. Yes, their melee attack is gonna be lowered, but at the same time they will be a lot more durable against the high melee attack of those Slangors. 43 melee attack on Slangors with their Primal Fury means that they actually have enough melee attack to match and overpower the War Dance's 38 melee defense. And yeah, the physical resistance is not enough to save them right now. So yeah, definitely should have turned on that Shadow's Coil to keep those War Dancers alive, to help them hold a lot better against the Slangors. Because 20 more defense over the enemy attack is a significant reduction in hit chance of the enemy unit. So it will be a lot better for the War Dancers in this case. And because the Slangors have pretty low melee defense at 28, War Dancers melee attack at 16 normal attack plus another 12 bonus versus infantry should still be enough to like match the melee defense of the Slangors, and that probably would have been better for the Wood Elf frontline. But anyways, the Wildwood Rangers doesn't have anything to mitigate incoming damage anyway, so they got absolutely murked by those Slangors. Although over here, War Dancers and Wildwood Rangers combined 2v1 managed to beat back the Slangors there, while the Zotes will be holding back the enemy monsters with their fighting power. Man, they didn't use Flesh to Stone on the War Dancers. Oh no! That was such a wasted potential. Like, if they manage to put those 60% of physical resistance on the War Dancer, that's 80% of reduction of damage from the Slangors. They don't even need Shadow's Coil at that point, and can still tank those Slangors and beat the shit out of them with their own excellent melee attack stuff. Man, that was such a wasted potential. The Flesh to Stone, you had enough Flesh to Stone to just buff every single War Dancers. Oh man, that was such a wasted opportunity. Either ways, seems like the Slangors have pushed through into the backline with Hellstriders and Fiends in tow as well. Marauder Horsemen are peppering the enemy formation with Javelins, but at the same time, with the Zotes protecting the backline there, Glade Riders continue to fight and pepper down the Marauder Horsemen. However, the Zolts are buckling. Looks like the Flesh to Stone wasn't enough and needs a bit of regrowth instead to keep them in the fight. They need more Flesh to Stone, obviously. Yeah, they need more Flesh to Stone, damn it. Yeah, they still have 6 uses of Flesh to Stone, man. And these guys routed despite still being healed by regrowth and getting protected by Flesh to Stone. This is getting a bit rough for the Wood Elves as their front line are crumbling, but there's still one very healthy War Dancers cleaning up the rest of the very tattered Slangors, and I think they have a pretty good chance. Balance of power is quite even for now, but it really comes down to whether the Glade Riders can survive. If they can, then the Slaanesh army can kite the Wood Elves. But if they don't, then the Slaanesh army will kite the Wood Elves to death with all their Marauder Horsemen right there. And of course, Sigvald here beating everything himself, because, well, yeah, nothing can fight him in melee in this Wood Elf build. Not even War Dancers. And these isolated Zolts still having a lot of spells available, just kind of spamming them right now, keeping themselves alive to hold on against the Marauder Horsemen, although they are actually not feeling too hot. The magic javelin does bypass a lot of their physical resistance. Not these ones being attacked and dampened, but these ones who are not dampened. And the Marauder Horseman continues to run rings around on that Wood Elf formation, silence the Glade God, and try to rout them off. But anyways, Zolts and Eternal Gods with shields coming in, so they have to back off. For now. For now, though, the two single entities are still fighting from the Slaanesh side, and the Wood Elves just don't have any answers against them. Wildwood Rangers are probably their best bet against Sigvald, but yeah, not much else are available. And both of the Glade Gods are being knocked out. This is bad for the Wood Elves. And a Lash of Slaanesh and Slaanesh, oof, painful hit on the War Dances and Eternal Gods stacked up around Prince Sigvald and the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh. I think Wood Elves are done for at this point. This might be a mistake for the Slaanesh side though. They forgot to chase down this unit of Glade Riders. Or did it not? Huh. Are they forgotten, or is it the replay's bugging out? Not entirely sure. Might be both, honestly. But they came back, but I don't think that matters. Yeah, I think this is a bit of replay bugged out situation. Oh wait, no, never mind, they came back. They're remembered, and they are issued orders again to keep shooting back, but Hellstriders, one last charge, and they should be broken soon. With only one Eternal God still fighting, but there's no hope for an Eternal God to grind down Prince Sigvald. So that is going to be GG. We're going to fast forward till the end, as Forgotten Zolt unit has been retrieved. Still having a lot of health left too, but not that it matters anyways, as I don't see how it's just going to get kited out by a bunch of javelins in the end. And looks like this game belongs to Phoenix King, with the power of Slaanesh overwhelming the Wood Elf front line, and I'm a bit sad to see the War Dancers didn't get that Flesh to Stone. They really needed that to survive against the Slangor and hold back the wave of Slaanesh troops there. But yeah, the Wildwood Rangers are not ideal in this situation where there's a lot of units that can just pummel them due to their lack of armor. Glade Gods did well. The Zolts did alright. Like, a lot of their value doesn't come from their damage, but from their ability to heal and buff with a Flesh to Stone. So it's not rare to see them. It's not unusual to see them not able to earn back their worth, but they can still be very pivotal in the battle itself. But yeah, looks like the Slangors did really well, trading really well into the War Dancers, due to the War Dancers being so freaking fragile, and the fact that they forgot to use the physical resistance buffs from the Flesh to Stone. Hellstriders, Marauder Horsemen did alright. Fiends punch through the enemy front line with the help of the Slangors as well. And Sigvald, always as an anchor of the Slaanesh front line, Just grinding everything till the end of time. And yeah, this victory belongs to Slaanesh. And Phoenix King able to scrap back 1 victory in the best of 3. Alright, next up, what do we have next? Plaggus versus Gotrek. Gotrek. Let me just make sure I have all the replays there. Yep, I do have all the best. So in this, I think in this format, everyone plays 3 games regardless. Yeah. I saved Flesh to Stone because I worried about the Fiend fight. Wait, why? Oh wait, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think you'd have to worry about the Fiends, honestly. The Zolts themselves would be good enough to just beat the shit out of them anyways. Like, the Zolts are tanky enough, and like you have 9 casts of Flesh to Stone, dude. You have 9 casts. You're not gonna use them all up anyways. You don't have to worry about saving that. I mean, I don't know if I can win this fight myself, but I think, in my opinion, I think that you have enough Flesh to Stones. Vermin is just Vermin League. Oh, I thought it's I thought it's like special finals playoffs or just regular Vermin League. Anyways, yeah, that makes sense. Everyone just play 3 battles and get the most out of every match. Get the most action out of every match. But yeah, yeah, for the battle we just saw, I feel like the results could spam Flesh to Stone earlier. It should just be if one player wins first 2 games, you win the set, and third game isn't played. I think it just ended up being most won for game 3. Yeah, might as well just get more action and more games going. But yeah, maximum carnage after all. All right, so the next up, it's Plaggus versus Gotrek. This is game 1. Let me just change the Gotrek on the left, and then we have Plaggus on the right. Both sides 0 for now. Slow down and let's check the army builds. So for the High Elves on the left side from Gotrek, Starbreaker, a front line of Ship's Company, and backed up by a bunch of Oceanids. So that's actually a very tanky front line, a very grindy one as well, because Oceanids are a very durable elemental unit. High melee defense, a ton of all kinds of resistance, and immune to contact effects, so they can't be poisoned and weakened, and decent leadership. Yeah, just able to hold. They don't have armor though, so I guess that's where the physical resistance are helpful. And in disguise, we have Caradrian supporting Alariel the Radiant with Earthblood and Star of Avalon. Caradrian coming in with Mark of Azurian, so that means you don't want to kill him, as he will just Mortis engine you to death if he drops low in health. Ignore him and kill everything else is probably the better approach. Feign and Repulse for melee stat buffs, and Attune to Magic for damage resistance. And then, well, that just comes with the Frostheart Phoenix after all. And a Sea Elemental there with another very tanky elemental unit with a little bit of a Oceanid summon when it drops low in health. And one single Fireborn, providing a solid anti-large armor-piercing component versus the Dark Elves, a grudge match indeed from Plaggus. A front line of Bleak Souls backed up by a shit ton of Koan Cavalry, Koan Knights, a bunch of Koan Knights, and one single Knight of the Ebon Claw. In the middle of the front line is Blades of the Blood Queen, so their own very elite murderous unit. And a couple of Scourge Runner Chariots to try and chip away at the enemy monsters. The problem is that they have 50% resistance against physical missiles, so I don't know. I'm not sure how much these Scourge Runners can do against these Oceanids and Sea Elemental. Especially this Sea Elemental has over 10k HP, man. That's a lot of health to work through. I don't know if they have enough ammo to make this work. Leading the army is a Supreme Sorceress. The Wood Elves versus Slaanesh game was the second, and the Lord game was the final. Wait, hold on. What? Oh. Because, okay, apologies for that, but yeah, so what happened was the the Widow vs. Slaanesh game was actually marked as game 3. I'm not sure what happened there, but which is why I cast the Widow vs. Slaanesh game last. So yeah, it might be just a mistake in marking the games and whatnot. So I don't know. I'll just try to cast the games in the order they're marked, and if there's anything, unfortunately if there's anything going wrong, then I can't really control that. Yeah, Elfish Trickery indeed. Slaanesh Trickery. No, that's more like a team thing. Trickery is more of a team thing. But anyways, army builds here. Let's go through the spell kit of the Supreme Sorcerers of Shadows here. Melkov's and Occam's Mind Razor. Oh, to buff up all these Koan Cavalry, I suppose. And we'll see what happens. Occam's Mind Razor will be really good against the Sea Elemental and stuff. So we shall see what happens. Scourge Runners have left a mark on the Sea Elemental's health, doing some okay damage. While the Supreme Sorceress is just backing the hell out of there, seeing Caradrian coming close. And as I mentioned before, you don't want to kill Caradrian right now. If he drops below half health, oh wait, no, below 25% health, he's just gonna Mortis Engine you to death. So kill everything before killing him. That's probably your best bet. Anyways, the Blades of the Black Queen are murdering those Ship's Company. Bleak Swords and Ship's Company fighting evenly right now, but the Oceanists will be able to help them win the fight. This is why the Koan Knights are needed here. And the Occam's Mind Razor, giving them that magic attack to bypass that physical resistance, and the Oceanists are taking a burst damage right now. That is true, that is true. Slaanesh does do... I can see Slaanesh followers backstabbing people. Obsessing to become like the higher caste in the nobility and stuff. But yeah, anyways, it is pretty much a very straightforward battle. Both sides committing their units to their front line and just duking it out. On the right flank, with the help of the Fireborn, these Koan Knights are losing pretty bad, but on the left flank, the Koans and the Knights of Ebon Claw and Blades of the Black Queen are winning against the Ship's Company, as they do not have the reinforcement of the Fireborn, who is now retreating and returning over to this side and helping out. But more Koan Cavalry are committed to the front line there, while the Scourge Runner Chariots continues to fire and poke away at the Sea Elemental. They need it. The High Elves need a healing in this blob, and they need it soon. Is there any... Oh no, yeah, they used the Star of Avalon earlier in the middle section already, so it's gonna be a while before they can cast another one. Earthblood right now trying to keep that Sea Elemental in the fight. It's dropped low enough to spawn a Sea Elemental. Well, over here, Caradrian is coming in to equalize this fight against the Koan Knights and the Bleak Swords. Well, but in the middle, though, the Sea Elemental is going down. Oceania still holding the line, though, and the Fireborn providing that very valuable anti-large armor piercing. And but yeah, the Blades of the Black Queen getting that Occam's Mind Razor to try and cut through those Oceanids, which is I think they're doing well. They're doing well. But there's not a whole lot of Blades of the Black Queen in contact against the enemy. It might be better to go for the Koan Cavalry instead. Not quite sure on this one, but yeah. Balance of power is slightly in favor of the High Elves, as they have won the flank fights. And the Scourge Runner Chariots, I don't know if they have enough to take on everything else left on the High Elf side. They still have half ammo, and the High Elves would struggle to catch up to them. But yeah, the Oceanids are still surviving. Caradrian is going to be a big pain in the butt in this kind of late game scenario, as he is barely touched at all. Oh, here comes the second Star of Avalon, keeping those Fireborn and Oceanids alive, keeping them healed. Alright, can the Dark Elves just pull back and lure them out of the Star of Avalon? Maybe. I don't think so, actually. They're just gonna keep being healed until they're done. At least Caradrian is at full health, so he can't be healed. And the healing on him is kind of wasted. But yeah, the Scourge Runners are almost out of ammo now. They don't have a whole lot of ammo in total anyways. Base value 24 per model, so that's like 4 models. That's like 96. Wait. Yeah, that's 96 shots. Damn, that's 96 shots throughout the whole game. Yeah, they're a bit fucked. Okay, yeah, that's 96 shots per unit throughout the whole game. Shit, man. That's not much, honestly. Yeah, 24 shots. That's 96 shots per unit. Okay, 96 shots per unit times 150. Wait, hold on. That's 40, 80... 80... Ignore it. That's 92. 92 times 96, something like that. I can't. I don't want to calculate that. Fuck it. I'm not calculating. But yeah. That's not a whole lot of damage, honestly. That's like 8,000. 9. Yeah, that's 8 to 9,000 damage in total. Barely able to kill one sea elemental. That's it. Yeah, damn. That's just not a whole lot. And on top of that, a lot of that damage is mitigated. Yeah, I don't know if Scourge Runner is even worth it these days. They used to be like the meta, but these days, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Okay, the Fireborn are done for. They have been skirmished down. The problem is Garadriel and still one Oceanid on the field, and Ilaria is still very healthy, and there's no melee troops remaining. And there's still more healing coming in from Earthbloods. Yeah, I think that's GG. The Dark Elves simply do not have the kind of DPS to deal with it. The Oceanids are good in this matchup, ignoring all the AP even when they bring magic weapons. Then find Scourge Runners. Scourge is good against them either. Yeah. The Scourge Runners just have too limited ammo, unfortunately. They manage to use them all up and earn back their value, still not enough to carry the game as the cool ones. Their armor piercing are mostly wasted on those Oceanids. Oceanids, whatever they're called. Because you call the continent Oceania, right? So Oceanids, or so in the same sense, Oceanids maybe? I don't freaking know. Nobody taught us how to pronounce them. But yeah. Bleak Swords, they're not gonna fight well against monstrous infantries, and the Oceanids just are tough nuts to crack. Same goes for the Sea Elemental. Sea Elemental got heavy focus in the beginning and then just got killed, but they just absorb so much damage with that physical and missile resistance. That's like half of the damage mitigated with 30% physical resistance and 20% missile resistance. So, like, the Scourge Runners already have limited damage output due to the limited ammo count, and that's further, like, nullified. So, yeah, it's just rough for the Scourge Runners, man. And then Karadrian is free to do whatever it wants because of the Mark of Asturian. Nobody dares to kill him because nobody wants to get, like, Mortis Engine to death. So, yeah, it's rough, man. Yeah, the regiments of Renown did alright, but not really for the Knights of the Ebon Claw. And Melkovs did really well against the Fireborn, just drained them down. And of course, the Occam's Mind Razor helps all these units trade better against the Oceanids, but it's just not ideal for this for this build to have so much AP and stuff. And as a result, the High Elves managed to win the day with sheer amount of healing as well, and damage mitigation. Doomfire Warlocks are decent, but they're gonna be hurting if High Elves bring archers. Yeah, you can't predict what's coming in. You just can't predict what's coming in. Oh wait, hold on. Oh wait, no, we've seen that. All right, so second game between Plaggus versus Gotrek. Okay, this is weird, cause like oh wait, no. Yeah, this is weird. This is weird, cause I'm just sometimes the players switch around sides. I assume they're sent in from different players. So now this time round, Plaggus is on the left and Gotrek is on the right. Just something to let you guys know. And I need to find the last Plaggus versus Gotrek. Okay, cool. So yeah, second battle, Plaggus. Okay, let me just delete the cast replays first. We've seen Phoenix King versus Strellet, and we've seen Hayseed versus Phoenix King. Let me just delete those as well. so that I don't mix things up and cast things a second time. All right, next up, Plaggus versus Gotrek Game 2. And this time we have a Steam freaking tank. Regiment Renowned version. Wait, no, not the Regiment Renowned version. It's the Hellblaster Volley Gun version. Versus the Greenskins. And it's gonna be an interesting one because the what the fuck? Gotrek! Let me just turn off the screen blocker. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? This is a cursed blob build. It's the lance formation is the Bretonian lance formation is crap. This is the real lance formation. Flagellants, 2 of them. Is that even? Yes, that is also fitting the minimal unit count. So Gotrek coming in with 2 Flagellants in the front, 1 Grundle's defenders at the back. Does it give physical resistance to the steam tank? It does. Holy sh! Oh shit! This is gonna be hell. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be funny. So the steam tank volley gun has the physical resistance buff thanks to the Grundle's defenders, who is yeah, the rear guardian. 15% physical resistance to artillery units, and the steam tank, obvious, apparently fits, huh? Sigmar's Son, so multiple unbreakable units and 1 high leadership units at the back, and then 1 raw out of crit fights, triple lords, double Sigma's prayers. We have the Vogma the Grim here coming with Grand Shield of Faith, which also at the same time stacks with Shield of Faith, because despite being the same abilities, well, similar abilities, they are actually considered the different abilities, so they can stack on top of each other due to having different names. They have the same effect range actually, and like everything else is everything else is identical. Let's see. Okay, shorter duration on Shield of Faith, but mostly similar effects, but because they're considered different abilities, they can stack, and that means 40% of his damage resistance for like a certain amount of time, for like a 25-second duration. And then we have the Light Wizard here coming in with Light of Battle to make things unbreakable, Net of Emmentalk to lock things down, Fouls Protection to make things even tankier, and of course the Hammer of Sigmar is also stackable because it's also unique from Grand Hammer of Sigmar. So yeah, things are funny. Things are funny in this regard. Like, the fuck, bro? That's a lot of buff stacking. On the other side, we have... Oh, there's also the fire damage from the Banner of Eternal Flame. Yep, on the Warrior Priest with a bit of base weapon damage buff. I hope Greenskin brought Foot of Gork or Brain Burster or Rock Lobber. The Forbidden... the Forbidden Empire blob, indeed. I mean, if they have artillery, that's gonna punish that blob heavily, and I think they should have. They have what it takes to punish the blob. The Greenskins coming in with Snagla's Death Thrower, with the Ruggla's Armored Orcs and Orc Air Boys, 2 of them in fact. So that's decent enough of missiles. Just whether it's enough to take down this unholy. I mean, they have 2 like warrior priests. Or 2 prayer characters. If anything, they should be very holy. This holy blob of Sigmar's believers. Anyways, Sigmar's Faithful versus the blob of Sigmar's Faithful versus the filthy unwashed Greenskins. A front line of goblins. Are there any regiment of renowns? No, just orc boys and goblins in the front line. A bunch of Orc Boar Biggins, Boar Boys, and yeah, more Boar Biggins. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. No Rusty Heirs, which is something I'm quite surprised. Leading the army is a Goblin Great Shaman with Vindictive Glare and Sneaky Stabbing. Let's see what happens here as this unholy blob of Sigma's Faithful is gonna hold the ground. It's gonna just charge. What the fuck is this? Snaglass bolt throwers are shooting in, and the steam tanks frontal shield. The directional shield is not going to work against artillery, taking no touchable damage, and there's no healing. And because of how blobby this build is, they're taking a lot more damage than normal against all the artillery. Alright, they're going in. Double Grand Shield of Faith. Double Shield of Faith. 40% damage resistance. Eating a charge from those Orc Boar boys, Biggins, and a bunch of... double Hammer of Sigmar. And now the Grand Soul Fire. And the Orc Boar boys are getting Boar Biggins are absolutely annihilated by all those damage coming in. And Sneaky Stabbing his turn on everything piling in. But yeah, I don't think the Greenskins stand a chance for this moment here, as long as the buffs are still on. And the buffs are still on! Hammer of Sigmar is still on there, and they dropped in the armor of fast protection. But because of all the Greenskins blobbing up right now, they're getting hit hard by that bound banishment. Now the Ammental upgraded, denying them from moving away, so they're taking maximum damage. Saltspire would love this build, Faith and Steam Tech indeed. Gunpowder, Steel Faith and Gunpowder boys. And more Soul Fire coming in. The Greenskins are getting punished heavily. All their armor-piercing assets, including the Goblin Great Shaman, is getting heavily punished. Of course, the Royal Auto-Purifiers are taking a lot of damage, being surrounded, overwhelmed, but they're not buckling just yet. The Ruglocks, Armored Orcs, and Orc Air Boys are firing in, but they do not have that kind of armor piercing to threaten the Steam Tank, not even if they're shooting it from the side and the rear. So the Steam Tank has mostly survived unscathed. I mean, no, they obviously not unscathed, but mostly survived. And they are pushing out of the blob, including the Tatasos and Flagellants. They're still living, and... Wait, where's the Sigma Suns, though? Oh yeah, the Sigma Suns are still over half health, and they're duking it out. They need a second... They need a second Sigmar's buff spam. But Wa is coming in, and they're gonna... The damage that the Sigmas believe they're taking are gonna spike up. We shall see if they have the tenacity to punch it out. Volmata Grim, though, taking minimal damage due to his Jade Griffin healing. We shall see. Oh, okay. The Boar Boys, still standing in reserve, is going to be a tough nut to crack, and especially if you're still a Boar Boy Biggins in reserve. But the Sigma's Faithful are still duking it out. Unfortunately, the Royal Auto Griffiers are out of commission now. Yeah, mostly grind down. But now the Orc Boar Biggins are piling in. Another Soul Fire dropping in with a double Hammer of Sigmar stacking up earlier. Blasting up the enemy infantry. And because a lot of stuff here are unbreakable, yeah, the Greenskins have to fight them till the very end, including Volmata Grim himself. And because the Grendel's Defender is still fighting in the fray, the Steam Tank is still enjoying that 15% physical resistance on top of the 40% double Shield of Faith. Oh god, what is happening? Oh, more Soul Fire dropping into Whittle. Oh wait, no, that is a bound banishment. Is there a net of admin talk to lock them down? Doesn't matter at this point, I don't think. Yeah, just more punishing on this blob. And Grendel's Defenders are knocked out, but because they're still in the vicinity, that physical resistance is still on. There's no condition that they have to activate it with leadership about 0. So yeah, all these. Wait, hold on. Is Volkmar the Grim a war machine? Yes, he is a war machine. So he's also enjoying that physical resistance buff. Bro, what the fuck? Wait, Raw Out of Griffeyes have Guardian, right? Wait, does that mean Sigmar was... Does that mean Volkmar was fighting with 30% physical resistance earlier? Damn. Anyways, the Greenskins are overwhelming this unbreakable blob, but the blob is still unbreakable and just duking it out. But yeah, the Goblin Great Shaman should be able to chew up that Steam Tank, no issues at all, due to the armor piercing anti-large. We're gonna fast forward a bit here, as this blob is getting whittled down by all the archers, but the unbreakable blob is still unbreakable. Steam Tank is out, But so far are still just being spammed and whittling down everything right now. And I think the greenskins are gonna win this one. As the unholy blob of unbreakables will be surrounded and dealt with in the end. And Volkmar himself, not a great anti-large fighter, taking a lot of damage from the anti-large of the spider. Volkmar flexing this body as a machine plus by Sigmar. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I need to check later. I'll check it later. And see if, like, I don't remember if the raw auto Griffites have Guardian. But if they do, then Volkmar was enjoying a 30% physical resistance earlier. And Volkmar did a lot of damage with the Bound Banishment and so far. But unfortunately, the raw auto Griffites are just too glass cannony, even with all that physical resistance buffing it up. Just kind of taking all the beating from those bacon calves. And same goes for the infantry as well, especially the unbreakable flagellants there, with no armor at all. Most of the damage were done by Steam Tank and Volkmar. Not much else. All the greenskins there, yeah, the bacon calf, one of them, the broken tusk mob did alright, but mostly carried by the missiles here. Even the non-armor piercing relics armored orcs did alright, and the Snaggler's Death Thrower did a whole lot of damage, as it was able to just sit back and poke down the blob with nothing coming in to threaten it. And Goblin Grey Shaman, like, the spiders are really good anti-large fighters. They can even tear down Krogar in the right conditions. I've seen that happening, and I've done that before. Just having the spider tearing down Krogar in melee by getting a charge and stuff. So yeah, GG to both players, and it is a 1 versus 1 scenario here. We're going to move on to game 3 next. Wait, don't look at the replays. Don't look at the replays. Yep, there we go. Blocked up, and then I'm gonna check the. Yeah, I'm gonna check the raw out of Griffites first. Give me a second. No, they don't have a Guardian. Wait, so oh, there's no Guardian on Empire Regiments of Renown. Okay. So yeah, Volkmar was only having that 15% physical resistance. Still a machine guard. Still a machine that is buffed by the rear guard of the Grundle's defenders. That was just funny. Alright, let me just delete the first game between... Wait, where's the... Okay, Plaggus versus Gotrek game 1. Let me delete that. Game 2, let me delete that as well. And then we are on to game 3. After this one, I'm gonna grab a quick snack because I had an early lunch and I'm starting to get hungry again. But yeah, let's just finish this best of 3, and then I'll have a quick break of a few minutes. Just grab a biscuit and stuff to make me not die from starvation, and then we'll just keep casting. Hey Spotify, how are you doing? Thanks for the replays earlier, by the way, a few weeks back. And those were some great content, and I cast a couple of them, and they are posted on my channel. Alright, now, army boats. Yep. Screen blocker is down. We're seeing everything. Now, this time, it's Plaggus' turn, who is playing as High Elves. On the left, once again, we are seeing him playing as green, with ship's companies in the front backed up by Oceanids and Sea Elemental. Oh, trying to let Gotrek have a taste of his own medicine, I see. Archers on the third line here, ready to pepper enemies down with those little shots of archery fire. Leading the army is Tyrion, supported by Lord Master of Hoeth. With, yeah, they don't, I think the Blast Tomb is banned. Shem's Burning Gaze, Earth Blood for healing, and Tyrion coming in to fight that, to beat down any Dwarf Lord's leadership. Now for the Dowie, it's Fulgrim Grudgebearer. You never see this guy. Oh god, yeah, you never see this guy because he is a very specialized, like his use is very limited. It's like melee buffs and debuffs only in a small range. So it's really hard to make him worthwhile. While Thoric, you can just get him and just keep spamming spells and stuff. And he's also not, his damage potential isn't as good as someone like, say, on Grim Iron Fist, and the supporting abilities he have isn't as versatile as Thoric. So yeah, he's very like he is a very niche character, I would say. But he is still on the battlefield this time by Gotrek, and Gotrek, we all know, is a very favors the dwarves as his army picks, dwarf main, perhaps we can say, with sometimes very interesting formation like the one we saw in the last battle. So we shall see what Gotrek has prepared for this playoff. With Minus in the front line, backed up by Doom Seekers, I am quite curious how would they do, as they do have that magical attack to punch down that, to bypass the physical resistance of those Oceanids. There are also the Dragonback Slayers, and they have flammable effect with their melee attacks as well. Imbue flammable. Does that count as contact effect? No, I don't think that counts as contact effect. Wait, no, that counts. The flammable is a contact effect. Okay, never mind. So that will be immune. Yeah, that will be immune by the Oceanids. However, at the far back, 3 Goblin Hewers. That's a lot of firepower. That's a very Slayer-themed build, honestly. With a couple Iron Drake's Trollhammer torpedoes, but what the fuck? 3 Goblin Hewers. Yeah, I think the Oceanids are in trouble this round. Like that's the elemental there. It's gonna get deleted by the triple Goblin Hewers. But we shall see what happens here. The Goblin Hewers are pushing up, but they're falling victim to the Archers now. Goblin Hewers are aiming down at the Oceanids. Even with the 50% damage mitigation, it's still not enough. They're still getting shredded by the Goblin Hewers. Slayers moving up to and fight those Oceanids in melee. Oh shit. The Doom Seekers are taking a lot of damage though. Did they get hit first by the Oceanids? Maybe. Anyways, there's still a lot of Goblin Hewer ammo left, and they're just getting chucked into the Sea Elemental. A big target, but a very wobbly one because of how liquidy it is. So some shots are missing, but mostly the Oceanids are losing out against the Doomseekers, getting shredded by the Goblin Hewers, and over here the Slayers are making great progress, deleting the Oceanids. This one Hewer still have a good chunk of their ammo left, are now firing at a different target. Maybe they should fire at the Sea Elemental at point blank, honestly. But yeah, Slayers probably needs to start engaging in the front line. But yeah, with the Hewers falling, the Miners are beating up those ship's company and are pushing, threatening those Archers at the back there. Unfortunately, the Goblin Hewers weren't able. These Goblin Hewers weren't able to use up all their ammo. The others did, and they're still a very healthy Iron Drakes being conserved at the back line and should be able to start aiming down other stuff. Not ideal at the Sea Elemental, honestly, due to their missile resistance, physical resistance, and on top of that, fire resistance. So that's a 70% damage mitigation for the Trollhammer torpedoes. So definitely don't want to shoot the torpedoes at the Oceanids or the Sea Elemental. But there's nothing else to shoot at. I guess Archers is one target, I guess. But yeah. All the Goblin Hewers are out of ammo. They are just like pulling out their axes, jumping into melee. They are an artillery crew, but first of all, they are first and foremost a Slayer. So they are now just getting close and personal, pulling out their dual axes and just, yeah, going on a crusade and seeking out their own glorious death. These Hewers, though, they are Slayers, so they are very fast for a dwarf. Now going up to pressure the Archers instead. And Andre is getting bullied by the Sea Elemental. Not surprised. They can't really fight back against Sea Elemental. Anyways, Flogrim Grudgebearer fighting in the middle. He's not gonna like it against Tyrion, though. And looks like, oh no, looks like Dowie is running out of troops. It was a glorious Dowie build, but once the ammo runs out and the Iron Drakes are just not doing much either. I wonder if they could have just changed the Iron Drakes into more Slayers. That would have perhaps it would have worked better here. Because the Iron Drakes really don't do anything against Oceanids. Like, they do fire damage. They are mostly armor piercing. Making it even worse because, yeah, 80% damage mitigation, dude. 70%, not 80. 70% damage mitigation, and the armor piercing mostly wasted as well. So I think the High Elves would have this one. The Oceanids did manage to tank it out. The Goblin Hewers are crazy hilarious, but it was still not enough. They spend too much money on armor piercing missiles, man. I wonder if they just cut out the Hewers and just bring more Doom Seekers, it probably would have worked better. But yeah, it is a High Elf win. The Oceanids and Sea Elemental managed to tank it out. Despite most of the other troops being annihilated, and Tyrion just duking it out and beating the shit out of Thorgrim. As Thorgrim really just not a great melee fighter. He's a decent melee fighter, not a great one. So against a specialized melee fighter like Tyrion, he's gonna get smacked. Goblin Hewer is not able to earn back their worth, as a lot of their missile damage are mitigated by that 50% physical missile resistance. And yeah, Iron Drakes, it's completely countered by the existence of Oceanids and Sea Elemental. Doomseekers earn back their worth though. I wonder if they could just bring more Doomseekers onto the field and it would have worked better. And just go 5 miners, cut out the Iron Drakes and just bring 2 more Doomseekers. That would have worked, maybe. Alas, that did not happen here, and the Goblin Hewers didn't work either. So that is gonna be GG with Plaggus earning a 2-point victory over 1 point of Gotrek's Starbreaker. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna grab a snacks before I starve to death. We still have, I think we have 4 more. Yeah, we have 4 more sets to cast. Although a couple of them only have 2. A few of them only have 2. Wait, hold on. We have 5 more sets actually. Although some of them only have 2 replays. So there's that. Alright, before we go into the next replay, I'm gonna quickly grab a snack. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Water break time. Let me just grab a text up. Water break. Be back in a few minutes. So stay tuned before we're back with more multiplayer Vermin League action. Alright. I am back. Hope everyone's still there. Now, for the next one, I think the recommended playoff is Hayseed versus Plaggus. Alright, we got this one here. 1, 2, and 3. Let's see. Screen blocker off. Plaggus on the left, Hayseed on the right. Oh, I think I've seen this build. I think I've seen this battle on Human Boy's channel. So we're gonna cast it fast, because I'm pretty sure a lot of you already seen this battle itself. It's Plaggus Kolak versus Hayseed's Kolak. Okay, so let me just Plaggus on the left. And then Hayseed on the right. Yeah, I'm sure you all know what happened in the end there. It's Kolak versus Kolak. One Kolak has healing, the other doesn't. And this Kolak over here is supported by a lot of elite infantry, chosen with great weapons, slaughter guard, and some Marauder with great weapons on the flank, and a bunch of Marauder horses protected by Hellstriders on the other side. Also, going Warriors of Chaos, a front line of chosen with great weapons and Mirror Guard. They're probably gonna die to the Slaughter Guard though. And a bunch of Hellstriders, Slanesh, Chaos Trolls Armored Version, and Chaos Knight as well. And leading the army is Kolak, of course, supported by a Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows. The Hayseed Kolak has more melee abilities with Tempest Rage and Star Crusher, while Plaggus Kolak has the power of healing with Nurgle's magic in tow with Fleshy Abundance, and he also has Star Crusher, of course, but the Tempest Rage will be tipping the favor here if activated in the right time. Now, Chosen in the front line, charging into Chosen, and with Chaos Trolls as well, and they are trading. The Chosens are trading quite equally, but the Chaos Trolls took quite a bit of damage from throwing axes, and same goes for the Chosen with great weapons. Oh no, okay, both sides dropping in lightning, but it seems like the great weapon Chosen took more damage. And Kolak Sun-Eater versus Kolak Sun-Eater is Kaiju battle now. But of course, Kolak Sun-Eater, oh, there's even Cam's Mind Razor! Holy fuck, 1.4k armor piercing damage! I didn't notice that. No wonder why Plaggus Kolak is losing so bad. Holy shit! That's 100% weapon damage, 125% weapon damage increase. Holy fuck. Yeah. The Fleshy Abundance is not gonna save him. Absolutely getting smacked. And on top of that, I think Hayseed's Kolak got the charge. And absolutely destroying Plaggus' Kolak. Oh shit. I'm not even paying attention to the rest of the battle, because I'm sure you can just watch. I'm sure you have already seen this on Human Boy's channel. But yeah. And there goes Plaggus Kolak. However, with all the investment onto Kolak, that means the rest of the army of Hayseed is a little bit more lacking. You can see the Chosens are Hayseed's Chosens are taking Hayseed's units are taking a lot more damage and just buckling to the Slaughter Guard, to the Chosen. And now there's only a tattered Kolak as well. He's not going to receive any healing, and it will be a great target practice for all those Murder Horsemen. Of course, Hayseed can still pressure those Murder Horsemen with the Hellstriders, and once the Hellstriders lands a single hit on these Murder Horsemen, they should have no issue catching up to those Murder Horsemen and chewing them up with poison, slowing them, and their superior speed of 100 to just keep hunting them down. Now the Slaughter Guard though, moving in, and Kolak is overstaying his welcome in there. He definitely wants to get the hell out of there ASAP. Just a few seconds and he's lost like 500 HP in the mist. At least there's still a Melkos mystifying miasma to drain them down, but this is where the value of the fleshy abundance comes in. Kolak drops in a lightning strike and not doing a whole lot of damage with the Lord of the Lord of the Storm. Chaos Trolls fighting Chosen Marauders with great weapons should be fine for them. Still not the ideal fight. They need to fight something with infantry support. Oh no! The Chaos Saucer of Shadows got stuck in the middle of the Slaughter Guard for a few seconds too long, and oh yeah, that's done. He's done for. He can't even push himself out of there because the Slaughter Guards are standing right in front of him with those models. All right, he's trying to squeeze out of there, but the throwing axes are coming in, and they will attempt to escort him out. Nope, never mind. Chaos Knights are coming back. Hellstriders have returned, but being forgotten on the far... Oh, they chase stuff off the map and being forgotten on the far side. Yeah, we're gonna fast forward here as wait. Oh no! Both Kolaks are dead. Oh, pain. I think, yeah. Oh yeah, both Kolaks are dead now. I think he went down to a bunch of throwing axes. Yeah. We're gonna fast forward here as the Slaughter Guards are probably just gonna tank it out. There are no throwing axes, no Melkos available on Hayseed's side. There's no way they can challenge the Slaughter Guard. I don't see how they can win against the Slaughter Guard. Like, even if you cycle charge them from the rear, they're just gonna like fight it out. Because you're gonna take so much damage every time you charge in. You're just gonna keep bleeding balance of power. There's no way. I don't see how you can how the Red Chaos can win this one. Like the Slaughter Guard barely taken any damage with every cycle charge, while the Red Chaos is paying a heavy price every time they charge in. And they also lack the armor piercing outside of the Chaos Trolls, really. And yeah, the Slaughter got taken quite a bit of damage, but they have the leadership to hold on, and not the Red Chaos. GG. Plaggus lost the duel but won the fight. Hayseed won the duel but lost the fight. Man, the Slaughter Guards and the Chosens really carried it hard. While Kolak still did some decent damage with Plaggus attacks. Obviously, Hayseed has a better Kolak, but unfortunately, yeah. Losing the Chaos Saucer was huge. That basically put the nail in the coffin on Hayseed's side. If they kept the Chaos Saucer Shadows alive, I think they have a good chance of winning it by just spell kiting, draining down the Slaughter Guard. Oh hey, Phoenix King, this has be indeed, and yeah. Yeah, if the Melkov's caster was alive, then I think Hayseed has a good chance of winning it. But unfortunately, that was not the case here, and yeah, that was gonna be GG with Plaggus earning the first point of the best of 3. Screen blocker time. Okay, yeah, that was game 1. Wait, where's game 2? All right, it's a bit, for some reason, like it just got scattered all over the place instead of being listed by name. I guess it's just the order of being unzipped to the replay folder messed up the order for a bit there, but I don't want to line it up according to names because it's just gonna mess it up even more. All right, screen blocker off. Plaggus going with Nurgle versus Hayseed. Oh, I don't like this portrait. There's a lot of. Wait, is that Epidemius? Oh shit! Epidemius on his Wait, it's a double toilet seat build. What the? Epidemius on his toilet seat and a Plague Ridden on his toilet seat. Epidemius, yeah, Sands of Sickness. He's
he's a buff character that has no spellcasting ability. Arguably, even he's even worse than Thorgrim in my opinion. Thorgrim already isn't great. Epidemius even worse. Even worse. Slow, sluggish, doesn't really have great melee profile. Doesn't he doesn't even have like a permanent AoE boost. You need to charge up his ability to actually work, and only works on demons. Fuck, that's useless. At least this is a mostly demon army, so that makes sense. But yeah, it's just so bad. It's just so bad. At least Thorgrim have like a bunch of AoE buffs and debuffs and stuff. All right. Thorgrim doesn't have AoE debuff, but anyways, that's beside the point. But yeah, Epidemius is bad. I think the most valuable ability he has is this Tallyman's Blade to summon Exalted Plague Bearers, not because of the summon, but because of the Dev's Head on the summon to do some decent damage. But yeah, that's about it. That's about all he has. Now for the army build here, some Marauders of Nurgle flanking a line of Nurglings, backed up by a line of Plague Toads, Pox Riders actually, the more expensive version, including the Barons of the Bog, Regiment of Renown, and in the sky some Furies. And yeah, for the Plague Ridden, the spells are Ransom Visitations, great against Greenskins due to their lack of single entity healing, Stream of Corruption, and Locus of Virulence for more melee damage. On the other side, for the Greenskins, line of Black Orcs and Goblins, Crimson Killers, backed up by some River Trolls, who provides their own melee attack debuff, a line of Gobble Archers, very cheap and cheerful missiles to whittle down the enemy units, and the Broken Tusk Mob Boy Biggins. That's it for the army builds. Oh, leading the army is Goblin Great Shaman. That's it, and let's get the battle started. Alright, so both sides, Greenskins are just waiting for the Nurgle army to rush towards them, as the Greenskins do have that range advantage here, and the Goblins are firing in. Crimson Killers should have no issue just murdering those Nurglings straight up, but they might take some more time to kill through those Barons of the Bog. No healing on the Nurgle side though, so they won't need to worry about being the Greenskins don't have to worry about being grind down. Oh, Epidemius might want to just drop an Exalted Plague Bearer summon right here. Yeah, just start shooting at the Goblin Great Shaman. Straight up. Yeah, just start shooting him. Just start shooting him with the Death's Head. Chuck all the Death's Head out and be done. Oh no, he's leaving. He's getting away. Oh, there are some Vanguard deployed Chaos Warhounds being deployed at the back. I totally missed that one. Same goes for the Greenskin side. Seems like Plaggus also missed that one, and the Chaos Warhounds are now deep in enemy formations, feasting on those enemy archers. Now the Devs have lost all targets. They really need to start shooting their Devs Head now. Unfortunately, there's just no good targets for them, as the Goblin Great Shaman is all the way on the other side of the map. Same goes. Oh yeah. Oh no, they're not gonna be. They're not gonna shoot. They're not gonna shoot any useful. They're not gonna shoot any useful Dev's Head. Wait. All right. This one, Chaos Warhound managed to retreat before being beaten up by the enemy mobility, and will now go and clean up the routed Goblin Archers. Nurgle too slow to execute their attacks. Really, very low accurate. Yeah, and on top of that, they were kind of summoned in the wrong direction, facing the wrong way, so they couldn't immediately start shooting after walking out of summon. Spider once again proving to be OP by slowly walking away from Nurgle's summon. Indeed, and there goes the Exalted Plague Bearer summon, barely doing any damage. I don't think it even earned back its worth. Yeah, I don't think it even. It was even like 198 damage. Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah, it just didn't have the right engagements. And now the Goblin Great Shaman don't have to worry about being shot by Death's Head anymore. And on the far side, the Chaos Warhound to clean up one unit of Goblin Archers are now hunted down by the Orc Boar Biggins and will be chased off the map before hitting a third unit. Although these Warhounds might want to activate themselves again and go over and clean up the Goblin Archers and stuff. But yeah, the front line I didn't really pay attention to. Seems like Barons of Bok and Pox Riders are able to grind through a lot of the Greenskin infantry. Even the Crimson Killers, as there were some devs had reinforcing the fight over there. And of course, Epidemius and the Plague Ridden helped. And with some occasional Stream of Corruption. Now there are some attempts to... Ooh, and now Stream of Corruption just thinning out the enemy Goblin Archers. And sneaky stuff. Oh yeah, here comes the debuffs and buffs and debuffs. The Sands of Sickness, providing Vigor Refresh, melee damage reflection, but more importantly, reducing enemy speed and melee defense, making them even more vulnerable to your own attacks. So yeah, the Broken Task Mob and the River Trolls are gonna take some more damage in this fight. I can't even see their unit flag thanks to the fucking timer there. The sand thingy. What is it called in English? I forgot. Anyway, Chaos Warhounds jumping in, being reactivated and jumping into the Goblin Archers, and should be able to clean them up pretty nicely. Although this Goblin Great Shaman is still going to be a pain to deal with. Grants of Visitations drain him down, plus 2 characters with armor piercing trying to just fight him. But yeah, the Nurgle army is just running out of troops at this point. Even, oh no, the Chaos Warhounds are so weak they couldn't even beat up these half-health Goblin Archers. Yeah, that's going to be pretty bad for them. Grants of Visitations are, yeah, they're slowly running out. Yeah, I think that is the end here, as the Nurgle army is slowly running out of troops and HP and magic as well. No longer having what it takes to take down the rest of the Greenskins army. We're going to fast forward here. A lot of focus was put onto... Yeah, I don't know. Like, there was just... I might actually rewatch this replay. Sorry. Let me just quickly reload this replay. Sorry. And just pay attention. I'm just gonna pay attention to the front line this time. I totally ignore that bit. And see what happened there, because there are 3 Black Orcs units, and I didn't really see how they died or how they lived, how they killed, or anything. But yeah, let me just unblock the screen, fast forward, and see them clash. Yeah, Pox Riders stacking on top of Marauders, still struggling to take down the Black Orcs while being shot up by Archer Fire. Man, Pox Rider sucks. They're expensive. Might as well just go Plague Toads, I feel like. Yeah, they're just not doing much there. Not doing enough at all. Hourglass. Yeah, that's the right word. Hourglass. You're right. Wait, it's Hourglass is even in the name of the ability, no? Oh no, Sands of Sickness. Yeah, Hourglass is in the. Yeah. Alright, hold on. Hourglass is in Elspeth's ability's name. Yeah. Not this guy. Alright, yeah, the Pox Riders, man, they're a disappointment. And the merely Goblin Archers are enough to just whittle them down as well. Furies and Chaos Warhounds dive into the backline but got cleaned up by the Orc Boy Biggins and stuff, so they didn't do much either. Alright. Let's see. The Gobbles did some okay work. But yeah, mostly the Orc Boy Biggins protecting the backline and cleaning the enemies up. And man, the Black Orcs fighting an anti-infantry armor-piercing demon unit and still manage to earn back their worth in melee. That is some ridiculously that's a disappointment from the Pox Riders. They have infantry support, they're fighting an armored infantry, and they still lost without getting their values. It's shit, man. Outside of the Barons of the Wild, they're the only good one. They're the only decent one. Yeah, anything else, meh. And yeah, the Chaff didn't do much, obviously, other than the Warhounds cleaning up some Archer units. And very unfortunate as well, the Exalted Plague Bearers being summoned and didn't get any good shots onto the Shaman Spider. The Shaman Spider executing an OP move of walking away. Yeah. Low accurate indeed, Griffin. And yeah, that is it for this battle here. We are, victory this time belongs to Hayseed. It is 1 versus 1 now. Screen blocker up, and we are moving on to game 3. Two artillery factions, Vampire Coast versus Chaos Dwarves. Will the Chaos Dwarves win out in the artillery duel this time, or will they get outshot by everyone's artillery? We shall see here, but the Chaos Dwarves are prepared for an artillery duel. Holy shit, that's a lot of both throwers. Alright, army builds. Plaggus is Plaggus is a Vampire Coast build. Front line of Deccan mobs, second line of Depth Guards, 3 of them in fact, with a couple carronades. Guarded by zombie Paradise mobs with pole arms and multiple Mongol units, one of them the Night Terrors, Regiment of Renown, plus some Scurvy Dogs, a very nice cost-efficient mobility to chase down routed troops. And for the other, leading the army is a Vampire Fleet Admiral with Death Magic, Purple Son of Zeruz, Spirit Leech. Oh, there we have the All Hands Ahoy for weapon damage and leadership. Wand of Jet for extra power recharge. On the other side, for the Chaos Dwarves front line of Goblin Laborers, backed up. Oh, there are Hobgoblin bolt throwers, 4 of them on the field, with 1 more Death Shrieker rocket launcher. Yeah, right there. And multiple blunderbusses, of course, very standard stuff for the Chaos Dwarves on that one. Kadai Fireborn already being targeted heavily by the carronades, losing out on 2 models and taking like down to 3/4 of HP. Death Shrieker rocket launcher countering fire, trying to snipe out the carronades with the help of those advancing Hobgoblin bolt throwers. Ooh, 1 shot, 1 kill. 1 model knocked out already on those bolt throwers and on those carronades. Bolt throwers also firing in now as they are in range. Death Shrieker rocket launcher might want to shoot at something else, as they don't want to shoot at an almost dead model. Well, that's fine. Oof, another model down. Carronades down to 2 models. The other one is still firing. Although the Death Shrieker rocket launcher is now being the target of those double carronades now, seeing how threatening it became with a 1 shot 1 kill happening right now. Another 1 shot 1 kill. That was a bit of a waste of both throwers, I feel like. So like you probably could have 1 Death Shrieker rocket launcher aiming at this carronade, everything else just keep shooting at this one. As you can see, the bolt throwers are taking a lot more time to take out these models, and probably did more damage to the. All the carronade models are down. So 1 carronade unit's down, the other also losing out on models now. 3 more models left. Death Shrieker rocket launcher. Oh, Purple Son of Zeruz coming in, deleting those Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses who have open fired into the enemy front line, whittling down the Death Gods. But once the Death Gods get into melee, they will have the enemy bodies to block those incoming fire, blocking the line of sight, and on top of that, they will start healing with the hunger ability. Of course, the Goblin Laborers are no match against those elite infantry off the Vampire Coast, and will probably get torn apart. And that's exactly what's happening. The Goblin Laborer front line is immediately buckling. Oh, not sure what the Hellhammer does over here, but I don't think it did anything useful. And now even the bolt throwers are exposed to the enemy mobility and the Death Gods. The Goblin frontline really is not holding. And all these bolt throwers are now compromised, and there is still 1 model of carronades surviving. Death Shrieker rocket launcher is firing into the blobs of Death Gods. But unfortunately, the Death Gods are tying down a lot of these blunderbusses and just keeping them busy, occupied in melee combat, and also just denying the blunderbusses from firing anymore. More scatter shots coming in from Death Shrieker rocket launcher, but unfortunately, just not doing enough damage right now. It's scatter shot and also has a pretty slow firing travel speed with the projectiles. And by the time they get to the front line, if the target is moving, yeah, the shot is mostly missed. So yeah, quite unfortunate there. It's not a tracking shot either, so yeah. The Chaos Dwarves are in a massive disadvantage. All their missile damage output has been knocked out. Mongols have plowed through, zombie deadhand mobs are plowed through, Dev Gods plowed through, and all the blunderbusses, even the Death Recur rocket launcher will be compromised, or have been compromised. And a lot of these blunderbusses are straight up just shattered, or chased down all the way to shatter as well. So I think we can fast forward this one. Goblin Laborers are literally cardboard cutouts as far as units go. Basically, you need multiple layers for this exact reason. You can't just have one layer of Goblin Laborers and call it a day, because they are just going to crumble and then you have your backline exposed after, a few seconds after contact. Death Gods didn't manage to earn back their worth, but that's fine. They just plow straight through with the help of the Mongols as well, which adds a little bit more debuff leadership damage to those Goblin Laborers as well. And yeah, there's not much standing in between the. There's like, yeah, one layer of Goblin Laborers standing in between the artillery and missiles and the Vampire Coast is like nothing. Like, if it's zombie, maybe it'll take them some time to walk through those Goblin Laborers, but these are some elite Death Gods, man. A rush build for Vampire Coast is cool. Yeah, it's cool, but I don't think they're initially built to be a rush build. Like, you can see with the Carronates, they're probably, initially it's like, force the enemy to come towards them, take some artillery damage, and then the Vampire Coast countercharge. But obviously, they're not going to win the artillery fight, so they just go all out with most of their melee troops, leaving a couple pole arms to guard their Carronates, and that's it. And then everything else just bomb rush the enemy side, seeing that they have nothing to defend the missiles and artillery with. And with that, Plaggus takes the second win in this best of 3 and will be the victor of this matchup, of this match between the two players. Alright, Plaggus and Hayseed done. We have 3 more matches, and I think, yeah, some of them only have 2. Wait, no, we have 4 more matches, and yeah, some of them only have 2 replays, so we shall see. What is the next recommended game? Alright, Kaiju, Anti-Kaiju versus Dreaded Saurian. Alright, cool, let's just jump in then and start casting. Screen blocker off, and on the left side we have Anti-Kaiju. Or just Kaiju. Since yes, seems to have changed their name and to just Kaiju. And then the other side is Dreaded Saurian. It's a Kaiju battle, guys. It's a Kaiju battle, guys. A Kaiju versus Dread Saurian. Yeah, anyways. Now, for an army builds here, Kaiju is going with a skirmishing line of Skink Skirmishers, a front line of Skink Cohort backed up by a line of Cold One Cavalry and Feral Cold Ones with 2 Stegodons in support. One Lord Mazdamundi with Knight of Amontok, Bound Banishment, the Ruination of Cities, Apotheosis, and of course Shield of the Old Ones, and the Thunderous One, dropping random lightning strikes nearby and just do some pretty solid damage if the lightning strikes are actually hit. So I think it's random. I'm not sure how they target it, but you obviously can't manually target it, so I can't tell what happens. But it does friendly fire as well, so you have to be careful and just plunge it into enemy surround instead of friendly troops. On the other side, wait, it's a Kaiju battle, boys. I didn't even realize it's a Lizardman versus Lizardman battle. Alright, Lizardman versus Lizardman, a front line. Dreaded Saurian going with front line of Red Crested and regular Skink Cohorts. One of them, the Cohort of Sotak, backed up by some Koan Spear Riders and Cohort of Huatl, with of course the Skink Skirmishers, standard stuff. Colossodon Hunters, and leading the army is the Slime Age Priest of High Magic with Apotheosis and Soul Quench. Okay, this is gonna be a a curious matchup. I do wonder what is gonna happen here. One side has more single entity staying power. The other side has a stronger melee front line and some more has more stronger melee front line multi-entity units. But yeah, the Thunderous one is just gonna go in and start charging in and dropping lightnings and stuff. Keep him in our camera so you can maybe catch a glimpse on that lightning strike. If he ever strikes, because it takes like 20 seconds to charge up. Alright, shoot of the ones in the front line and Ko-1 cavalry charging into Ko-1 cavalry. And Furo Ko-1s are pushing up to push back the Ko-1 cavalry as well. Thunderous one obviously being surrounded by a charge of Quarter Portal is not great for him. Lightning strike, striking skinks and not doing a whole lot there. And then now it's another 20 seconds before the ability comes up. Banishment, don't know who dropped it, but both sides are taking a lot of damage. And yeah, Apotheos is keeping these Ko-1 Spear Riders alive, but Mazdamundi and the Thunderous one has dived into combat, fighting shoulder to shoulder. The lightning, I don't know when is it going to drop there, so we're just going to have to wait again. While this king, this time the lightning struck the Quarter Portal and did some pretty decent damage. Skinks are noodling each other, so not much to report there. And Furo Ko-1 driving back those skink skirmishers due to their heavy armor mitigate those incoming damage. No scaly skin, no. Colossal Hunter diving down and trying to hunt down the enemy single entities there. Mazdamundi taking some damage and Quarter Portal still fighting strong, barely taking any damage. Lightning, alright, that lightning struck the Colossal Hunters and did some pretty good damage as well. Only 7 lightning strikes left, I think. Yeah, so gotta make those count, although you can't really control it. But anyways, the dreaded Saurian side of things, we can see the red front line has driven back those green skinks. Wow, though the Thunderous one and Lord Mazdamundi are still relatively healthy and still have a lot of power. They still have a lot of steam to go. Blow darts are not great for their health, but yeah, it's fine. They have a lot of damage mitigation against those blow darts, which are not really armor piercing. Ooh, blow darts from the skink skirmishers will be great against the Colossodon Hunters, and those blow darts are flying in now. Another lightning strike, but this time mostly missing, not doing much against the Colossal Hunter. That's fine. The Colossal Hunters are too busy fighting the Thunderous one and are exposing themselves to a ton of blow darts. Ko-1 Spear Riders as well, pinning down those Quarter Portal and denying them from reinforcing the Colossal Hunters. That Court of Soul Tank might want to just come back and help out because they're walking way too far from the main formation, and they're probably gonna regret staying so far from their friends. More lightning this time onto the Court of Portal, doing some minor damage, but only minor damage. They're not surrounded enough here, and a balance of heart is still very dead even. Although things can go either ways. Really, one engagement can change everything. Nice banishment onto the Ko-1 Spear Riders, who are occupied by those Furo Ko-1s. So even if the Furo Ko-1s got nuked by that banishment, it's still a favorable trade, as the Ko-1 Spear Riders got a lot of taken a lot of damage from that banishment. Colossal Hunters taking more and more damage in this blob, and the Ruination of Cities. There's no good targets for the Ruination of Cities anymore. Might as well just drop it on the next best target, and that is the Colossal Hunters. And they have been rather terrified by the presence of Mazdamundi and the Thunderous one. Another lightning strike, and the Court of Portal took some damage. And the Thunderous got some decent damage overall, but I don't think the lightning are anything game-changing, honestly. It's mostly the Regiment of Renown, the blow dots on the back, and just being a pretty good melee fighter and stuff. Blow dots continue to fire in, but I assume shoot of the old ones plus Scaly Skin plus Apotheosis occasionally should help out. Oh right, the lightning effects are still the old ones, because this is not a Renown Thunderbolt or a Chain Lightning situation here. So they haven't updated the SFX of the lightning of the ability as well. Court of Portal though managed to push through the enemy defenses, now going after the double Stagadon and maybe trying to surround them and beat them down. Mazdamundi needs some infantry support. Oh no, there are no infantry nearby. He has to try and run away, but those Court of Portal are just being a nuisance right now. They're now being focus fire by blow dots now. slow down, so maybe perhaps Lord Mazdamundi can get out of there in time. With the machine gun blow dots from the Thunder's one, whittling them down. At the same time, the Thunder's one himself is isolated. Mazdamundi, I think he apotheosis himself earlier, trying to keep his health level in a reasonable state. And things are still looking dead even on two sides, although seems like the green side is slightly getting a bit of advantage here, due to having Lord Mazdamundi healing himself up. And those are himself and the Thunder's one. Those are heavy weighting on that. Those are some heavy weight on the balance of power. While the blow dots of the red side is not having a good time. Mostly shooting at some extremely high armor units and not doing a whole lot of damage. Oh no, what happened to the Colossal Hunters? They're rampaging and straight into the skirmishers. This is not exactly they want to fight. They are just taking blow dot hits and getting charged by the Thunderous one, taking damage, and yeah, not ideal for them. Not fighting the ideal target. While the Thunderous one is getting healed, might be even dropping a lightning strike. Yep, lightning strike into the middle of the enemy formation, striking them down. Mazdamundi though getting dragged out and kited by a bunch of skirmishers, so not ideal for him either. But Colossal Hunters have been dealt with. It is just Quad of Portal surrounding and trying to beat down the Thunderous one, but they're not doing much damage. Quite a few of their models you can see are just not getting a surround and not hitting the enemy target. I wonder if it's better you just try to like force path and force path them through the enemy, around the enemy, and get them a surround. Because you're gonna seeing like 5 models not attacking and actually wasting vigor as well. But either way, they still seem to be winning against the Thunderous one. Though the Thunderous one, seeing the Slime Age Priest, decided to give him a little bump and trying to kill him, but no, the Thunderous one will be backing away. As the Court of Sotek, who are forgotten all the way on the other side of the battlefield, have been remembered and recalled. Lord Mazdamundi though, the Court of Sotek might benefit from surrounding the Thunderous one at this point, as they might want to just quickly burst down the double single entities. The Court of Portal managed to get a surround on the, once again get attacks on the Thunderous one, but Lord Mazdamundi is coming in for a rear charge. Cold-Blooded is keeping their leadership high and denying them from routing for now. Oh no, the Court of Sotek they turn on cannot die, but they're getting peppered to death by all those blow dots. And the red skink skirmishers are running low on both HP and health, being caught by the enemy skirmishers instead. They have less numbers and are more tattered, so they're going to be easier to eliminate. Yeah, the Court of Sotek definitely should have just stayed there and surround the single entities. Now they're going after the skink skirmishers? No, they're going after Lord Mazdamundi. Oh no, the Slan Mage though, being struck down by the Stegodon. Doesn't have enough speed to get the hell away from those double Stegodons, unfortunately. And that shall be GG, with Kaiju winning this fight of Kaijus. Fast forwarding. I don't see how the remaining red Lizardmen can win this out. So that's gonna be victory for Kaijus. The last of the Court of Sotek actually killed Lord Mazdamundi because they're unbreakable fighters. But the rest of them are just gonna be executed by blow dots. And once they go down, it's gonna be army losses. Okay, the poison they have, slowing down Lord Mazdamundi and the damage that Mazdamundi taken, leading to the wounds effect being triggered, so even further speed debuff and exhaustion, that actually rendered Lord Mazdamundi slow enough to be caught up by the Court of Sotek and killed. Yeah, poison is quite threatening. The double Stegodon build obviously still managed to win the day though. Just plowing straight through all those dreaded Saurian red Lizardman troops. And looks like the anti-large armor-piercing Spear Riders are just not good enough to beat down the double Stegodons here. Especially with Banishment nuking them down with all those AoE damage. And blow dots, and yeah. And of course, the Green Lizardmen themselves had their own Spear Riders to counterpunch. And Mazamundi, the double Stegodon carried the day, obviously. As the Colossal Hunters, for some reason, just weren't effective at all in this fight. Didn't get a good surround. Every time they dive down, it's just gonna get peppered down by the blow dots. They're just too fragile of a unit sometimes. You just have to be really, really careful with them whenever you throw them into battle. But yeah, the blow dots, all of the blow dots earn back their worth and then some more. They're just such a cost-efficient missile unit. Screen blocker again. Don't look at my screen because I don't want to spoil you. Let's see. Kaiju versus Strellet. Soran. Yep, that's the game one. Next up, we have the second game. Slaanesh versus Dark Elves. Those who worship those who thirst versus those who are almost worshipping those who worship he who thirsts, and those who almost officially worship he who thirsts. As you might know, there are some Slaanesh worshippers in this in the Dark Elves faction roster. Now, for the army build, Slaanesh army is going with a front line of devoted marauders of Slaanesh, mostly they are all spears, backed up by a couple devotees of Slaanesh, and the Seekers, the Hellstriders regiment. No, these are just Regiment of Renown, Unbreakable Pleasure Guard, who are absolutely devastating if they get a rear charge on anything. Leading the army is a mask of Slaanesh with a Slaanesh Sorcerer, using Acquiescence and Lash of Slaanesh as support. On the other side of the battlefield... Oh, do they have... no, they don't have Rod of Torment. Okay, never mind. On the other side... Oh, do they have Soul Feeder? No Soul Feeder either. Just here to spam the buff spell and AoE damage. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, the front line of Big Souls backed up by Dark Shards and a ton of Code 1 Knights. And leading the army is the Supreme Sorceress of Dark Magic, Spirit Leech, Fate of Yuna, and Aspect of the Dread Knight there. Yeah. Both Fiends as Regiment of Renown, and Supreme Sorceress is not on Dragon, just there for spell support. They do have to be careful of Rampage from the bound ability, the army ability of the Slaanesh, but other than that, there's no Pavane, so they don't have to worry about being lured into a combat early game. Alright, looks like the devotees are firing and chipping away the health of the Supreme Sorcerers. Not that they have a lot of good targets to shoot at anyways. Mostly just cheap infantry, missiles with shields, and mobility that are staying the hell away from their range. I'll fast forward a bit there. House Riders. Ooh, these are Doomfire Warlocks. Okay, let's slow down a bit. As the Doomfire Warlocks are definitely great counter to the Slaanesh mobility, having great damage output. But the problem is they're actually, yeah, they're good against House Riders. Just deleting these House Riders straight up with a little bit of mini Doom Bolt. Probably should have aimed at the Seekers of Slaanesh instead though. Because the Seekers are absolutely deleting those Koan Knights. And more House Riders are piling in. These Koan Knights are probably going to be dead. Bleak Souls engaging Devotees. And suddenly everyone is sending their mobility over to this flank. Doomfire Warlocks piling onto the Seekers as those House Riders are buckling. Oh no, the Shason of Caging slowing them down to 40. That's infantry speed. 39 speed. That's infantry speed. Shason of Caging, Acquiescence, and Poison. That's 55% of speed reduction. And they're pinned down and they're just slaughtered with all these Seekers piling in. And the rest of the Doomfire Warlocks and Koan Knights are a little bit too far away to help out. Pleasure Guard charge into the front line head on, but that's I don't think that's necessarily where they want to be in. They want to recharge people, but because they've charged into the front line, that means the Koa Knights can counter-charge them. And Dark Shards, Bolt Fiends, and stuff like that are just firing into whatever they can get their hands on and get some damage done. There's still a shit. Oh, Fate of Buna into the Seekers, great stuff. The Seekers will be deleted from existence, though the Koa Knights are probably gonna get annihilated by all these rear charges. Of course, Doomfire Warlocks and Koa Knights are piling in, try to equalize this engagement, and they're doing great since all these Seekers are so glass cannon, and immediately the two almost full health Seekers, the two very healthy Seekers are three very healthy, relatively healthy Seekers are entirely deleted, with a Soul Blight reducing the damage output of the Slaanesh army. Things are getting heated at the back line, as well as the devotees are somehow dragged into. The Doomfire Warlocks didn't have an attacking order, and then at them just kind of ran into them and start like kind of disrupting your shooting, I think. But either ways, I think that Dark Elves have a pretty good control over the battlefield now. They mostly win the frontline fights, having the Dark Shard support, and just driving back the Vaulted Marauders. Although the Mask and the Slaanesh also are still very much healthy, some Lash of Slaanesh dropping into the Doomfire Warlocks, but Doomfire Warlocks are trading decently into the Pleasure Guard, as the Pleasure Guard is out of infantry support and will be overwhelmed by Koa Knights and Doomfire Warlocks. The devotees of Slaanesh are firing now, getting some good damage done, but there are no melee troops to guard them anymore, and they'll be soon falling victim to melee units rushing towards them. Oh, Spirit Leech onto the Mask, knowing that it's very hard to kill him in melee, just gonna drain him down instead from afar. Dark Shards firing in. League Swords keep driving forward, and most of the balance of powers feels like rests in the hands of these devotees and the characters of Slaanesh. While the Dark Shards are still very much healthy on the Dark Elf side, and their cavalry is mostly done for after fighting through all those demonic units. At the same time, the Bleak Swords are running out of health despite pushing back the the devoted Marauders. And balance of power is still very even. Now there's a Narcissism locking down the Koa Knights, opening them up to a charge from the Pleasure Guy, and that should be GG for these Koa Knights. Not the entire game, but the Koa Knights are probably done for. Yep, shattered straight up. Dark Shards continues firing, but there's no melee troops to guard them. So these devoted Marauders moving up is going to be a big problem. Oh no, they're shooting at the devotees of Slaanesh. They have 50%, 45% resistance against physical missiles. Physical resistance and missile resistance. No, that is not what you want to shoot at. I mean, they don't really have a better target to shoot at anyways, but yeah. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. Units are rushing back over and trying to save those missile troops. Pleasure Guy getting hit by the shield breaker from the Bolt Fiend, so their missile block chance got reduced significantly and are now a bit more vulnerable to the enemy shots. Devotees knocked out by the Doomfire Warlocks' desperate charge, but the Doomfire Warlocks are the ones shattering. And yeah, Dark Shards are tied down by a ton of a ton of Slaanesh troops. The Lord is just floating in the sky, not able to do much here other than just spam Spirit Leech onto the Mask. But they don't have the tools to take down the rest of the enemy army. A lot of the balance of power of the Dark Elves rest in the ammo of these Dark Shards, but once the units go down, their ammo goes down with them. So, and if they're caught in melee, they're also not using their balance of power either, just kind of losing it for free. So yeah, not ideal for the Dark Elves for sure. They need to use the missiles to do all the damage, but the Slaanesh army would not be giving them that chance, and the Pleasure Guard is unbreakable, and they're just they just keep fighting on. Gonna fast forward this one, as I think this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be a Slanesh victory, which means Kaiju just get a straight victory of 2 points against dreaded Soran. It mastered good damage. The direct damage drain definitely helps, but the Pleasure Guard, man, they're such a good unit. Fighting to the death with excellent melee strength and armor piercing, while the mobility not doing so too hot there. Getting an alpha strike rear charge from all these Doomfire Warlocks and Kuan Knights. But unfortunately, yeah, they just took too much damage in the attrition there, especially fighting against Pleasure Guard. As Pleasure Guard also have infantry support as well. And yeah. Actually, I might just rewatch this and see how the Kuan cavalry died. Well, you saw the 2 cavalry died on the right flank, and then the left flank, and then everything else got there afterwards. But then see how everything else died. But yeah, most likely getting drained a bit as well. Dark Shots did alright, but I don't know if it's worth... I feel like it would be more worth it if you just bring... Black Corsairs instead of Dark Shards. At least Black Corsairs with handballs can fight okay in melee and survive and try to hold their own against Hellstriders, I guess. Doomfire Warlocks did pretty meh. They only, like, their only job is to kill the Seekers, but after that they don't really have much else to do. They're too fragile as well, taking a lot of attrition damage. Alright, let me just rewatch this once and see how all the cavalry died. I'm just curious. Alright, excuse me, sorry, just checking some stuff, and, yep, okay, cool. Just rewatching how the mobility died. We saw the mobility getting overwhelmed here. 2 units dead, and then 3 more units. The 4th unit. Okay, these ones getting rear charged and deleted, but immediately these guys get rear charged and then died. While still, oh no! The Doomfire Warlocks took a lot of free damage as they were just trying to force path their way through the enemies, eating enemy attacks but not attacking back. They should have just charged in and just try and kill the devotees instead of moving away. That was unfortunate. Doomfire Warlocks could have survived a little longer there. And these guys were surviving pretty... Oh. They were stuck in a head-on battle against Pleasure Guard. Excuse me. And shot by the devotees. Oh, yeah, the Pleasure Guard just single-handedly turning the tide of the mobility fight. Damn, the Pleasure Guards are tough, man. And the Core Knights once again didn't get a charge onto the Pleasure Guard. And instead just got stuck on them and got slaughtered. Yep, Pleasure Guard, OP. And now more replays. A different replay now, since we have... And with Kaiju getting 2 wins, that concludes their best of 3. And that's... yeah, this best of 3 only have 2 games. As the 3rd game is not necessary to decide who's the winner. Alright, next up we have Salinator versus Jiffy. So, yep, there we go. It is a very green battle, this one. As Jiffy going as... Nurgle, YO Salinator going as greenskins. It's green, man. It's very green. Alright, army build, slow down. The Nurgle army, a front line of Plague Bears, backed up by Bio Trolls. And yeah, they are gonna be a pretty stacked up front line. And supported by the Noxbringer with the contact effect to reduce enemy ammo. Quite useful against the missile spams of the greenskins. And in the skies, Chaos Fury is backed up by some more Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle, and leading the army is the Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Nurgle of Death. Death Magic, Spirit Leech, and Purple Son of Zerus, no healing, since the Bio Trolls can heal themselves. On the other side, for the greenskins, they're Death Creepers, Munge Marauders, front line of Goblin Spears, backed up, and one Goblin unit. I guess they ran out of extra money for spears. Rusty Airs, Arrow Boys, Ruglux, Armored Orcs, standard stuff really, to use the Armor Sundering to reduce enemy armor and then follow up with all the other airs to whittle enemies down. Night Gobbles, these are the 8-peak loons with the loons of the 8-peak spinning ability attack. Savage Orc Boar Biggins and a Spider Goblin Shaman coming in with with Vindictive Glare, don't even try it, and Sneaky Stabbin'. And also one single Rogue Idol, in case they need to go into a blob fight and bully something. Alright, skirmishing begins, and the Bio Trolls are getting whittled down. Not a whole lot of damage. They're just healing up the minimal damage coming in, and they need some bigger punch, like the actual Air Boys. I'm gonna fast forward a bit here, as Nurgle is just doing some artillery kiting, bombarding those Ruglux Armored Orcs. They are pretty solid missile troops after all, and they're already down to half ammo before they can even make contact. That is rough for them. Yeah, they're almost lost half of their ammo now. Another couple volleys, then they're down half ammo before they can even start firing. Alright, another volley. Oof. Oh, less than half ammo in one. And yeah, 11 shots. They're not gonna even get much damage done at this point. And Nurgle is kiting the greenskins with artillery. That's not something you would see every day, but yeah, Ruglux Armored Orcs are in it for a bad time. Rusty Ears as well. Probably got hit by a Purple Sun, I'm not entirely sure. Probably missed that, but yeah, most likely a Purple Sun struck them. Yep, Purple Sun for sure. That's a Purple Sun cast for sure. There's no way he can get 114 models dead without a Purple Sun. Sneaky Stabbin', blasting off some of the Chaos Furies to eliminate this kind of backline threat. YO Fury's diving onto Orc Air Boys, but Orc Air Boys can actually hold their ground decently with being a decent melee combatant, and then with the help of the Savage Orc Boar Biggins, quickly eliminated those diving down Furies. But yeah, the Noxbringer Kite continues, trying to eliminate all that ammo on the Ruglux Armored Orcs, I believe. No, they probably want to shoot at those Rusty Airs, if anything. Though the Rusty Airs are not long for this world either. Alright, Goblins finally clashing into the Plague Bears, and the Noxbringer continues to fire. What is it firing at? Oh, more shots at the Ruglux Armored Orcs. Yeah, the Ruglux Armored Orcs won't have much ammo left by the end of this. Chaos Furies diving onto the Orc Air Boys. They are indeed cavalry nearby though, so the Orc Air Boys wouldn't be immediately dead. And the greenskins are definitely making some progress on the flanks as well, having those skirmisher mobility, positioning, ready to just shoot into the side of the enemy units. More Vindictive Glare, this time onto the Murder Horsemen. And frontline fights is going on with the Rogue Idol, the Apex Loonies, and even some Orc Boar Biggins engaged, trying to punch through the Baltros and Plague Bearers. Throwing axes are being chucked into the fray here to whittle down the Rogue Idol. That is his Achilles knee heals. After all, the Rogue Idol is just a massive house-sized model, and yeah, it's hard to miss with missiles. I guess this is where Death Creepers and Morgrove's Mangy Marauders comes in useful, trying to screen off the enemy skirmishing mobility, while the monsters in the front line duke it out. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord got a little too close to the Goblin Great Shaman and took a bunch of damage, being struck by the anti-large armor piercing and also the Orbital Rebellions in the fight as well. Over here, Baltros will be screening away those Orbital Rebellions, although some of them just ignore them and just keep pushing on, and maybe trying to go after the throwing axes. Balance of power wise, it's quite even. But the Greenskins are out of regular troops, only mobility and monsters left for them. Oh, Rusty Airs, I guess, but the Royal's Armor Dogs still have a few volleys left. Funny enough. And Noxbringers are almost out of ammo, so there's that. So yeah, Murder Horseman of Nurgle continues to just run away and try to escape from the chase of the Death Creepers and Mangy Marauders, while the Bacon Calf Cycle charges and, combined with the terror of the Spider, manages to break some low leadership trolls. While Rogue Idol is just chilling in the middle of a bunch of regular Plague Bearers who are no threat to this large armored single entity. Yeah, I think that is G. It's I don't know how this is gonna. The Greenskins have the single entity advantage, but there are still some trolls to just provide some nice armor piercing presence for the Nurgle army here. Baltros are beating up all the lower tier Greenskin units, but how will the Nurgle army take down the Goblin Grey Shaman and Rogue Idol? I guess throwing axes is their only answer, but they are also being harassed by Vindictive Glare and possibly even the mobility of the Greenskins. Morgrove's Magic Marauders might even want to just go into melee pursuit against the Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle, just to keep them on the run and unable to shoot at the single entities here. Without them throwing axes, there's no way the Nurgle army can take down the big single entities who are heavily armored as well. Oh, looks like Curse of the Slag is pinning down the Goblin Great Shaman. That might be a problem, but this is where the Morgrove's Mangy Marauders can come in and help and screen out that Marauder Horseman. Throwing axes are not throwing their axes right now. Instead, the Morgrove's Mangy Marauders and Death Creepers have walked around all the enemy units and going after that Marauder Horseman. Ooh, that is some friendly fire from the Vindictive Glare, hurting some of these Morgrove's Mangy Marauders, and a beautiful Purple Son of Zeruz, deleting the rest of the Mangy Marauders. But yeah, also a little bit of a late response from the Mangy Marauders, so they weren't able to get out of there in time. Now, the Marauder Horsemen are still not safe yet. They are the Death Creepers, and they are self-regenerating as time goes by, almost capping their hit points as at their maximum model now. But right now, the single entities are holding on strong, and the Rusty Airs are still in the fight. They are hidden right now, being a unit that stalk around. Wait, what just happened? Oh, the Murder Horsemen charge into the Rylock's Armored Orcs, try to shock them into a rout, but instead they themselves being shattered. And now the Murder Horsemen being stuck on the Rylock's Armored Orcs, that makes them perfect targets for these Death Creepers to charge in and finish off. That was probably a mistake there, as there goes the last armor piercing mobility of the Nurgle army, and we can just fast forward the rest. I doubt the Nurgle army has what it takes to deal with the two single entities, with one with anti-large and one with ridiculous amount of HP still remaining, with only a Noxbringer who isn't even that good in melee, honestly. Spirit Leech Spellkite might be a good approach, but with all the Purple Suns of Zeruz we've seen, I don't know how much magic the Nurgle army still have. And they need a lot to deal with the Goblin Great Shaman. And even more to deal with the Rogue Idol. Alright, Monster Mashing time. The two big single entities have crashed into combat with the Bile Trolls beating back the Orc Boar Boy Biggins. But now, ooh, looks like the Nurgle army still have a pretty good chance. They've a full health Bile Troll piled in with Noxbringer surrounding the Goblin Great Shaman with no infantry or cavalry support. They are completely surrounded, taking a ton of damage, and Cloud of Erosion reducing their armor, and leadership reduced by stomach exit from the Noxbringer, I believe. Yeah, that is not great for the Goblin Great Shaman, down to negative leadership and being pushed off. Now, if the Nurgle can keep their momentum, the Nurgle army can keep their momentum, that should be a pretty solid victory from there. As the Greenskins just lost a huge chunk of balance of power by losing so much HP on the Goblin Great Shaman with nothing supporting him in a blob fight. And all that's left right now is the Rogue Idol, and I doubt that has the ability to deal with all these armor-piercing units, and especially with the Great Shaman running all the way off the map. And the Rogue Idol is surrounded and poked down by a bunch of armor-piercing units, with victory belonging to Nurgle. Looks like the first win will belong to Jiffy here. Jiffy or Jiffy? I don't know. I don't know how to call this, but yeah. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle did some really devastating Purple Sun of Zeruz, earning a ridiculous amount of damage value, deleting a good chunk of those Rusty Airs and eliminating those Manju Marauders in the late game. That is very key in keeping some of those Throwing Axes alive as well. Throwing Axes didn't manage to earn back their worth though, but the Bile Trolls holding on till the late game with their self-regeneration, one of them not even losing a single model. Also, the Plague Bearers grinding it out against enemy infantry there, that was really nice. Noxbringer, not only did it kill enemy units, the value came from denying the Ruglux Armored Orcs from using their missiles by draining the ammo. Getting some even more damage than reflected on numbers. Goblin Great Shaman, great damage overall, just doing great single entity anti-large unit. And Vindictive Glare was quite devastating as well. Just unfortunately, the rest of the army not really carrying their weight, especially the missiles there, being heavily counted by artillery and mobility alike. Yeah, the Noxbringer was pretty noxious, was pretty disgusting for these Ruglux to deal with. I guess that is the one counter that the Ruglux might be afraid of. Artillery that also kills their ammo count, I guess. Rogue Idol did alright, but yeah. Victory belongs to Nurgle on this one. Oh, and the Skirmish Cav mostly were shooting at Plague Bears and nothing too useful. Shooting at Bile Trolls aren't great either because they just regenerate lost HP. And like you're just gonna get inflated damage value that didn't actually make much impact in the game. Like Noxbringers, Marauder Horsemen, and the Furies are probably their best bet of shooting random stuff. Alright, that's next up we have huh? Oh, for 1 second I thought it's a second Nurgle game, but no, it's actually a Demons game with a few more Nurgle units. So technically they're kind of playing Nurgle, but also technically isn't. Jiffy here with going double Nurglings, 3 Exalted Plague Bearers, so that's a lot of... Oh wait, no, 1 Exalted Plague Bearers, 3 regular Plague Bearers, and then a second Exalted one, which is the... Wait, are they called again? The Festering Stooges. with some extra. I think, yeah, the extra healing trait, which can be quite useful here. Oh, they even cost terror? I didn't realize that. Alright, anyways. For the rest of the army builds here, we have Furies lead burning chariots of siege to roast some Khorne army units. And then, oh shit, forgot. Blocker, give me a second. Let's redo the army builds, since I forgot about the blocker. A front line of Plague Bearers, and then some Nurglings as well. Frolickers, Bubonic, and then we have some Festering Stooges and Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle, so quite a bit of Death's Head on the field. And some more Burning Chariot for its extra 5 power. Wait, hold on. How are they pulling this chariot? There's no reins in between the Screamers and the actual chariot. Okay, magical power and magical invisible bonds, like how this floaty flamer is kind of stuck on the disc. So yeah, I guess it's a float. It's tinge magical attack. But yeah, I feel like Burning Chariot is never great, especially after Changebringers being introduced. So I feel like you might be better off just bring Changebringers instead. I don't know. But yeah, Chaos Furies in the skies to protect them, to protect the Burning Chariot, and also just counteract enemy Furies. Leading the army is an Exalted, Great and Clean One, Flesh Abundance, Rancid Visitations, and Stream of Corruption, Blight Swarm as well to reduce enemy defenses, making the Khorne army, which is already not great at defending, even more vulnerable to incoming damage. For the Khorne army here, a front line of Marauders backed up by Minos with great weapons and a Skull Reaper, a budget warmongers. They're kind of shit, honestly, but yeah, I mean, they're still a very powerful melee unit, but yeah, not as good. Chaos Furies in the skies, and leading the army is Skull Taker, leading the Khorne forces. Also, Hellforge Bellower already trying to aim down and blast those Furies. Chariot is OP? Oh, I am not aware. Like, they used to be really shit, so nobody ever uses them, but oh shit, yeah. I mean, they have really good single entity burst damage. Oh, I forgot. It is not a regular... Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. It is no longer a regular flamer on top. It's an Exalted Flamer, which means it also have that kind of a vortex effect that rips through enemy formations as well. Also being an Exalted Flamer, it does a lot of good damage too. I wonder if you could just shoot those Minotaurs instead. It's flying very far ahead, so I'm a bit worried it's just gonna get jumped by Furies. Oh man, the Hellforge Bellower is already down to half health from 3 shots. You're right, they're really strong. Holy fuck. And yeah, the Hellforge Bellowers did some good damage to the Furies, so yeah, there's that. And the Cherry just sneaking through the gaps of the enemy defenses. Now trying to aim down the Hellforge Bellower once more. Oh wait, no, it's straight into the front line with the vortex effect. Exalted Flamers are so devastating against enemy infantry too. This time the formation isn't exactly suitable for the vortex to maximize damage, so the Marauders didn't take as much damage, but the Hellforge Bellower once again getting heavily hit by that Burning Chariot. Maybe it wants to fire back at the Burning Chariot and see what happens. Furies duking out against Furies in the skies, and everyone is crumbling, while in the front line Marauders charging into the Plague Bearers, and they're just stuck on this wall of rotten flesh. Now the Furies are going to harass the Burning Chariot. But yeah, the Nurgle army is standing, the Demon's army is standing strong, holding in the forest there. As the Minotaurs of Khorne, oh wait, they have Woodsmen, so they don't suffer the terrain penalties, but yeah, that Burning Chariot already finishing off the Skull Cannon, and it's a very expensive piece of Skull Cannon too, sending it back into the warp with the multitude of damage it dealt. Yeah, it might want to start shooting back at infantry once more though. Wait, what? What the fuck did you just do to the Chaos Furies there? Why are they suddenly dying so fast? They just took a shit ton of damage when they got hit by... When they got charged by the Burning Chariot. What the fuck? Alright, now the Burning Chariot is burning a hole through the enemy front line. Although that's a lot of friendly fire as well. Don't think that demons care. They just want to spread Nurgle's love. But yeah, Marauders charging into the Festering Stooges and Plague Bearers. They are not going to win this. They're just going to get grind down with the Great Unclean One, draining their health out with that Mortis Engine. In fact, Skulltaker charge in. But yeah, I don't see how... Oh. Shit, sorry. I forgot that. Yep, there we go. I don't see how the Khorne army can outgrind this one. They don't have enough AoE damage to deal with the Plague Bearers. And they need to clear out the Plague Bearers before those Minos have any chance to surround and beat down the Great Unclean One. Rancid Visitation incoming to drain down Skulltaker. Burning Chariot no longer has any ammo, but it can still do some psycho charging, which is going to be a problem there. Sword of Cornwool. Do they have enough kills and fighting time to bring out a Sword of Corn, I wonder? And it's also like a Hail Mary attempt. Like, if the enemies aren't blobbing enough, then the Sword of Corn wouldn't do enough damage to turn the game around. So it is rough, man. It is a rough one. Alright, we're gonna fast forward here as we are in a grind phase of things. Stream of Corruption slowly whittling down the Khorne infantry units, while the Festering Stooges and the Thorlickers with Bonic are just chilling and healing themselves. They do have passive heals. They regenerate HP on their own. And yeah. Khorne is just slowly but surely getting grind down to bits and pieces. Without skull cannons to just blast down the infantry, yeah, it's just rough for them. Alright, let's see. Army builds. Yeah, the army performances. Damn, the Burning Cherry. I didn't expect it to do so well. I changed my mind. You changed my mind of the Burning Chariot. Maybe I should play with it next time when I go Siege. It dealt so much damage to the Hellforged Bellowers, man. Furies and everything else didn't do a whole lot. It's mostly just the Exalted Great Unclean One and the Burning Chariot carrying the day. Everything else are more like Bullet Sponge. Oh, the Festering Stooges did well too. I assume they were just chugging their Death's Head into the most expensive targets, Skull Reapers and Minos, etc. Didn't pay attention to the Death's Head, but they did earn back quite a bit of their worth and just being excellent meat shields for the Exalted Great Unclean One to drain everything around down. While on the other side, damn, the Hellforged Bellower had a rough time. I didn't expect the Burning Chariot to take it down so fast. Minotaurs, yeah, they didn't do too well. Just kind of stuck on Plague Bearers and drained down by the Great Unclean One and shot by Death's Head, I assume. So that was not ideal for them either. And everything else didn't do great damage either. So yeah, there's that. Screen blocker on, and I shall remove some more replays. Alright. 2 more best of 3s left. This time, let's see, it's Kaiju versus Jiffy. And then we have Plaggus versus Jiffy as well. Alright. Kaiju going. Oh, we are seeing another Nurgle battle. Looks like Jiffy really takes a liking in Nurgle units, as we are seeing once again Nurgle on the battlefield, this time Great Unclean One, 5 Plague Bearers, 3 Furies, Angels of Decay, and 1 more Noxbringer. On the other side, for Kaiju's... Oh, this is a defense... Oh, this is actually Kugaf Plague Fodder, actually. Kugaf Plague Fodder and Noxbringer, so double artillery with a defensive formation. While the Siege Army going in with Sothrel, the Everwatcher, with Final Transmutation, Searing Doom, definitely trying to punish the enemy blobbing. And a front line of Marauders, a bunch of Marauder horses with Javis. Wait, this is a regular Warriors of Chaos army then, as there are some Marauder Horse Masters on the field instead of Siege Horsemen. Exalted Hero of Siege to dual enemy large targets, and a Chimera, who is also a very good damage output melee fighter, who is also immune to flanking, but that is not the point here. The main thing about this about the Chimera in this battle is a single entity damage output. Also, Rotting Riders, great anti-large target, so they are going up against Papa Nurgle's own troops then. Jiffy versus Kaiju. I will just do that. There we go. And already the Marauder horses are peppering down the enemy mobility, although some of them might have hit by Dev's Head or the Noxbringer. No, the Noxbringer are shooting at some other Marauder horses right now, trying to eliminate their ammo. Since Marauder horsemen and Horsemasters don't have the most ammo. Oh, that's two birds with one stone. 2 units getting their ammo drained instead of 1. So that was a very these 2 units as well. They need to spread out. They really need to spread out and get something to occupy the Noxbringer right now, because they're not gonna have much ammo left if they take another few shots. So yeah, that is a problem. Safral tried to stop the Chaos Furies from pressuring the Marauder horses, and once more getting hit by the ammo drain. Wait, no, this is just Kugaf's shot, so no ammo drain for these. The ammo drain are more targeted on these Horsemasters for now, but one Horsemaster is knocked out. And the Chimera are still desperately trying to like chase down the Furies and Angels of Decay, while the Marauders are probably just gonna get stuck on Plague Bearers and get grind down to bits. Chimera going in. Can they catch that Angels of Decay? Theoretically, no, but due to it having less speed. But sometimes the Angels of Decay stop a bit. Wait, what? Friendly fire, bro. Yeah, that's Kugaf's friendly fire on the Angels of Decay, and the Javelins managed to knock out some of these Angels of Decay as well. Though one of the Marauder Horsemasters is already almost out of ammo 2 minutes into the game, heavily targeted by that Noxbringer there. That was quite unfortunate for them. And that Nurgle Blob is still just standing still and chucking all their damage out with their Plague Mortars. The Noxbringer might want to switch targets though, now that this unit has completely been drained out of ammo. Anyways, Angels of Decay are under threat, so they are just gonna dive down onto the ground into the cover of all those Plague Bearers, away from enemy melee troops. But yeah, Javelins are moving in and trying to pepper down Kugaf. I assume Safral should be able to drop a Final Transmutation sometime soon as well. Looks like a Breath Attack from the Chimera doing some minor damage to the Angels of Decay. And a Final Transmutation onto Kugaf Plague Rider, but very wisely, Noxbringer and the Angels of Decay are moving away from him. Only the Plague Bearers are getting hit by the collateral damage, minimizing the effect of this Final Transmutation spell. But here comes the Chimera jumping down, and also the Sapphire the Everwatcher. However, the Final Transmutation has won out, so now the Noxbringer is free to just jump back in and help out in this fight. At the same time, Rancid Visitations drain down Safral the Everwatcher, who does not have access to any healing, while Kugaf has his Fleshy Abundance. So this is going to be a rough one for Safral if he doesn't have another, if he can't drop in another Final Transmutation at some point soon. You really need that Final Transmutation to punish this single entity blobbing, but as the Nurgle army really need to blob up to defend against the single entities. But right now, the Chimera is not happy. sandwiched between two units of mighty melee power, especially Kugav. And but yeah, now Kugav is getting 2v1 with the exalted hero of Teen, who does have anti-lodge and armor piercing to fight back. So there's that. But Noxbringer once again comes back. Sathrel is gonna go and pressure those Angels of Decay. And final transmutation upgraded once again. And this time Poxbringer cannot just bail and leave Kugav to it on his own, as a massive Alpha Strike is coming in. Even Sathrel himself diving into the fray. And the Rotting Rider is able to find an opening in this Poxbringer box. In this Plague Bearer box. And managed to get a nice surround on the Kugav for a bit and grind him down. But Fecundity will be sustaining Kugav's HP. And the Chimera is running low on health. The Exalted Hero might be able to just turn around and start get a rear attack on Kugav. But yeah, the Fleshy Abundance would be a problem. Oh, nice use of the Breath Attack. The Chimera Breath Attack lighting Kugav on fire. And as a result, Kugav can't actually get the maximum heal from the Fleshy Abundance due to the on fire effect. Only half the healing available. And yeah, that is equivalent to doing damage, honestly. But yeah, in the skies now, Sapphire is taking some damage, so the Chimera is back to the skies and help him dispatch those Angels of Decay. However, Kugav is once again in the protection of all his Plague Bearer underlings, and he is safely in cover. So a lot of issues around him, and it's going to be hard to Alpha Strike, single him out for the Alpha Strike for now. He might need another good chance, as right now the focus of these Warriors of Chaos troops are trying to just dispatch these Furies first and eliminate some more of the supporting elements of the Nurgle army. But right now, Kugav has so much health. Same goes for Noxbringer, while the Warriors of Chaos doesn't have the access to healing. It's just not able to outgrind the Nurgle army, and the Furies are still going on the skies. Damn, they are some tough bastards. Sapphiral and the Chimera might want to just abandon those Furies and just jump on Kugav and try to Alpha Strike him instead. But yeah, I don't think the Warriors of Chaos can win this one down, as the Exalted Hero is getting beaten up by Kugav himself. The Rotting Rider is also getting recharged by the Angels of Decay, suffering a lot of damage as well. Finally, Chimera and Sapphiral freed up. Is there a third final transmutation coming in? We haven't seen any Searing Dooms, so I assume every single bit of magic will be directed into final transmutation. But will there be a final transmutation? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're biding their time, waiting for the golden opportunity to do so. But oh yeah, here comes the final final transmutation. But right now, none of these single entities are engaging in any combat, so they're free to just bail out and go and find somewhere that would... Oh wait, never mind. Sapphiral and Chimera are coming in for that last-ditch Alpha Strike, but Fleshy Abundance here is counteracting that health drain. So unfortunately, that Hail Mary of a final transmutation would not succeed, and I think that is going to be GG with Kugav still having half health at 8,000 HP. Sapphiral, the Chimera is almost done for anyways. And Noxbringer and Sapphiral will... Oh, wait, sorry. Exalted Champion, Exalted Hero of Tinge, and Sapphiral will be the last two standing bastion of strength. On the Warrior side, the Rotting Riders will be grinding down on the far side, but I don't see how they can take down Kugav in this scenario here. There's no more magic left for that final transmutation. You can only maximum do 2 overcasts and 1 regular cast final transmutation, if I remember correctly. Maybe 3 overcasts at most, but there's definitely not enough magic for a 4th one. And as a result, Kugav just grinding it down. As Noxbringer also earning some ridiculous value by just shooting down all these Marauder Horse Masters and nullifying their ammo in the end. I feel like the better bet here is just to YOLO all the single entities onto Noxbringer early game, so that the Horse Masters won't be as vulnerable to those ammo drain. But yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, just trying to kite and then just trying to Kaiju with the Horse Masters means the Noxbringer just have so much time to slowly poke away at the not only the HP and model, but also the ammo reserves of these Murder Horse Masters. And the Rotting Riders unfortunately didn't do too much. They were constantly fighting enemy single entities with enemy who are supported by the enemy infantry. So that was quite rough. And the Exalted Hero did some very disappointing performance though. The final transmutation of Saphira was the major factor, the major damage dealer here, draining down Kugaf and anything surrounding him. But that was still not enough, as the Exalted Hero of Tinge really didn't carry his own weight. Very disappointing there, and victory belongs to Nurgle's tenacity and healing spams. Alright, next up we have Tinge this time. Jiffy, this time not going for Nurgle-related troops anymore. But, for Tinge. And, this time, no Flaming Chariots. No Flaming Chariots. Just, Exalted Flamer. Alright, let me just slow down the game a bit. Oh, I forgot to, block. Ah, well, whatever. Now, for the army builds, yeah, sorry, and some of you might have been spoiled by the file selection screen, but well, my mistake. But anyways, for the army builds here, we have Tinge from Jiffy here going with a Blue Horrors of Tinge, backed up by Flamers and Sour Guts. Is there an Exalted Flamer? No, just a regular Flamers. So yeah, those I might have made a mistake on the actual icons, but whatever. Kills Warriors with Halberds, kills Knights of Tinge, and Forsaken in the Sky Screamers. A lot of Screamers, 3 of them in fact with 1 Shrieking Sky Rays. Kills Furies, and is there any Vanguard deployment? No Vanguard deployment. No Tentacles or Murder Horsemen. Just a regular shooting formation and aerial mobility. On the other side, actually, yeah, Jiffy did win 1, and then Kaiju 0 so far. Now, for the Bleak Sword, for the other side, Dark Elves with Bleak Sword's front line, Scourge Runner Chariots, and Knights of the Ebon Claw, plus more Koan Cavalry, Koan Knights. 4 Koan Knights, actually, led by a Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealer. Oh, yeah, Soul Stealer. No other magic other than the one spell that gives him even more magic for, you know what? Even more Soul Stealers. So, Power of Darkness. Yeah, Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealer. With Opal Amulet as well, to give her a little bit more survivability. Kaiju has no score. Sorry, didn't see that because yeah, okay, yeah, there it is. Phoenix King. Yeah, also people should subscribe for sure, definitely. If you're here but you're not subscribed, definitely you should subscribe. But like, I assume everyone here have been subscribed anyway, so yeah, I assume that's the case. Anyways, Scourge Runner Chariots, seeing that there's not much mobility in the front line, decided to do some psycho charging, but they just ate some enemy firepower to in the face, and not ideal for them. Wait, what just happened there? Oh, the Shrieking Sky Ray's explosive ability, the Lamprey's Bite, blasting some Dread Spears. And the Scourge Runner is definitely not worth it with that cheeky charge, being bogged down in melee and taking a lot of damage. Will they even lose a model here, I wonder? As the Blue Horus shooting in, lobbing in those blue warp flames. Alright, all 4 Scourge Runners are still intact. This one not so sure though. It's still getting stuck in the middle of a bunch of Screamers and Blue Horrors and Forsaken and whatnot. Here comes Searing Doom. Wait, is that the soft? Oh, it's the Herald of Tinge of Metal Magic. Searing Doom, Gehenna's Golden House. Nobody ever uses that spell, I don't think. Plague of Rust and Searing Doom. You only need Searing Doom, really. You really don't need the Golden Hound, because both are AoE damage, and Searing Doom is a lot more cost efficient. And Koa Knights charging in, seeing that the Flamers are pushing up a little bit to the front, but they're also right in the middle of a bunch of halberds. So those Koan cavalry are in big trouble. And Knights of the Ebon Claw getting hit by those. Fuck, sorry, I might need to watch this later to see what happened to these guys, because they got hit by a Plague of Rust, get hit by, and then get shot up by blue horrors and pink horrors, and now died, and that's what I assume. And over here, Koan Knights trading well into Chaos Knights of Siege, but got hit by a tier. Wait, these are hit by a bombardment ability and took a chunk of good damage. The Siege army is holding on strong right now. I don't see how the Dark Elves can pull this one back, honestly. Balance of power is already in favor of Siege, with more Searing Doom whittling down the Koan Knights. The Dark Elves really are running out of resources on every front except on their Lord. And I don't think the Lord has what it takes to take down all these Sour Guts, Flamers, and Spears. Flamers refusing to shoot anything as usual. Yeah, their range is just too short. And now Spears are trying to catch up to them. Koan Knights tying down the Screamers and Scourge Runners, charging into enemy formations, but Furies are coming in to block them down. Here comes the Soul Stealer, draining down freaking Sky Rays, Blue Horrors. Oh, actually hitting quite a bit of stuff, including the Sour Guts as well. But the real bastion of strength for these Dark Elves, the... Oh wait, oh, the Flamers got caught. Okay, that is pretty big there. Koan Knights chasing down the Flamers as they were bogged down by enemy infantry and able to fire. The Koan Knights were able to safely get close and eliminate the Flamers, pulling back the balance of power for a bit. And on top of that, the Soul Stealer healing will come in quite nicely for balancing the bring back the balance of power for the Dark Elves. And at the back there, Scourge Runner Chariots have managed to pull through enemy formations, mostly only infantry, so weren't quite able to stop them from just pushing through. Now continues to go back into skirmishing duty. Not that they have a lot of good targets to skirmish, but yeah. Soul Stealer Sorceress is now being surrounded by Screamers, so probably wants to dive down on the ground. As the Koan Knights managed to win out against the enemy Chaos Knights. But yeah, mostly the front lines are in tatters on both sides. The Blue Horrors use up all their ammo. Sour Guts are now bogged down in melee. The Halberds are doing pretty well. But yeah, they don't have the mobility though. And oh, massive Soul Stealer hitting a lot of stuff, draining down the Siege army while healing the Supreme Sorceress. And yeah, you can see the Forsaken, the Blue Horrors are also thinning out in numbers, leaving the only thing good for combat is like these Chaos Warriors of Siege, while there's still one remaining breath attack from that Sorceress, and that it goes straight into these Halberds, doing massive damage. And things are not looking too good for Siege suddenly, despite having the balance of power advantage earlier. Partly because of Flamers refusing to shoot anything, I suppose. Might rewatch this replay later, but yeah. The tier 2 army ability, forgot what it's called, Bolt of Change or something, from the Siege army going in, doing almost nothing to the Supreme Sorcerer. It's quite unfortunate there. And suddenly all these resurgence of Dark Elf troops surrounding and beating down the fading away Siege units and terrified Chaos Warriors of Siege suddenly sends everything from the Siege side into a massive rout, other than Sour Guts, who are fighting a desperate last stand, but they are not dedicated melee units and definitely doesn't do good damage to a Black Dragon themselves. If the Chaos Warriors can come back, maybe the Siege still have a chance. But the fact that they don't have Final Transmutation means that they don't have a lot of solutions to the Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealer. At the same time, Scourge Runner Chariots firing at the Herald of Siege, whittling him down. Gonna fast forward here as the last of the Sour Guts fades away, and yeah, the Halberd Warriors are kept on the run by pursuing units, so leaving only the Herald of Siege in the fight. There's no hope for him to win this one. And Kaiju managed to scrap back a win with the Dark Elves with Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealer spam. And pretty good a pretty good counterattack with the Scourge Runner chariots. The cheeky charge was failed, but afterwards managed to succeed and rolling through the enemy infantry, Soul Stealer draining down all these demonic units of Tinge. And the Koan Knights, despite being very tattered in the late game, the thing that matters is they survived and still able to chase down routed units in the late game there. While the Searing Dooms of that Blue Horror did a lot of good damage, but the Screamers didn't do much. Very unfortunately, they got charged pretty badly by everything and got poked down by Scourge Runners. Flamers didn't do enough. That's why you need Changebringers and not Flamers, because Changebringers have the line of sight on things a lot easier than actual Flamers, who failed to shoot much throughout the game. I'm gonna rewatch this one and see how the Chaos Knights... Oh, the Chaos Knights had a horrible time against the Koan Cavalry, so it took a lot of good damage in the process, instead of doing anything damage back, I suppose. And yeah, gonna rewatch this one for a bit there. Excuse me for a second. Screen blocker. But yeah, the Scourge Runners earning back their worth and actually doing something in this game. Rewatch that and see how the Flamers performed earlier there. Didn't pay attention to them until Phoenix King pointed out. Alright, fast forward time. Yeah, the Flamers got one volley off on the front line earlier, but maybe 2 volleys? One half a volley off, not even a full volley. They're still shown as baseline. Oh shit, forgot. Yep, you're right. Thank you. They got one volley off towards the front line, but didn't do much. Not even a full volley, and then they're now blocked by all their friendly troops. Can't shoot shit. Those Chaos Knights of Teen just blocking them. Now they are turning over to shoot at these Koan Knights. And the Koan Knights are a little bit too far and just don't have a good line of sight. Mostly flying above their targets. Yeah, just not ideal. And the Chaos Knights were forced to fight Koan Cavalry. They managed to beat some of them back, but then bogged down in a prolonged combat, which is also not ideal. That was actually a pretty good charge with the Scourge Runners. Shame that the Tinge Barrier blocked most of the damage. But yeah, like till this point, the balance of power is still in favor of Tinge. But then the Flamers, who are trying to catch up to the Koan Knights, who are pulling away, got out of position, and then the infantry surrounded the Flamers. They got eliminated, getting only like a couple of volleys out throughout the game. That was quite unfortunate. And the Screamers, very glass cannony and forced to fight a bunch of Koan Cavalry being surrounded. Oh, breath attack on them. That was a nasty one too. And the Koan Knights are fighting back hard with that murderous prowess, boosting their damage output. And suddenly the Screamers are getting absolutely fucked in the formation. Alright, that was a interesting one. Alright, that's it. And we're going into the final battle of this best of 3 between Jiffy and Kaiju. Game 3. Forgot the blocker, but whatever now. It's I hope I switched quick enough you didn't see anything. Jiffy versus Kaiju. Jiffy going with Vampire Coast and Kaiju going Slanesh there. Slanesh there. With Jiffy's... Wait, hold on. Scoreboard. Kaiju 1. Alright. Jiffy going with front line of zombie powered Dakan mobs backed up by a bunch of gunnery mobs with bombs and pistols. No handguns, but hand cannons, who does amazing burst damage, but at the same time a lot shorter in range and have questionable line of sight. firing arcs. And there are some more halberds, polearms, deckhand mobs guarding the flanks there with Night Terrors, rotting Prometheans with guns, and Lamprey's Revenge. Leading the army is Count Noctilus on foot with zombie summons, I believe. Yep, zombie deckhand mob summons, more zombie summons, Ravestorm, Pit of Shades to nuke enemy blobs, and Invocation of Nehek, Arcane Conduit. On the other side of the battlefield for the Slaanesh troops, a front line of devoted Marauders and Slangors who should be able to tear through those zombie pirate deckhand mobs, no issue at all. The problem is, will they take too much damage from the bombers and handguns? We shall see. Behind them, Fiends of Slaanesh to punch through enemy formations, and on the far side, we have some Chaos Furies ready to disrupt enemy shooting. Leading the army is a Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Slaanesh, with Acquiescence and Lash of Slaanesh. Alright, there's also a cultist to summon some demons, which can be a great disruption to the shooting formation of the Vampire Coast. Alright, we're gonna fast forward a bit here as both armies try to close in on each other. There's no artillery because it's very hard to protect them in front of a Slaanesh mobility spam. But now pistols are firing in, with Ravestorm trying to nuke down their HP as the zombies are taking a shit ton of damage on the charge. But I think that is worth it because of how much damage these fiends are taking, especially with Noctilus himself engaging in combat with his anti-large polearm. Now the rotting Prometheans are pushing in and gonna be pinning down the Slangors, with bombers throwing in those explosives into the fray and quickly whittling down their numbers. Now here comes the Furies diving into the backline, shutting down the gunnery mobs with hand cannons, who will be a big threat to those fiends. And the fiends are once again psycho-charging in, trying to break through those zombies front line as soon as possible to push into the missile backline there. But the Furies themselves are being pinned down by the Night Terrors, by the gun crabs, and are unable to completely silence the handgun mobs. But fiends might want to start pushing through, and even the Chaos Sorcerer Lord might want to go into melee just to disrupt some of these hand cannons and bomber mobs. Slangors are doing pretty well as long as they're not being hit by bombs, but if they are hit by bombs, then they're taking a lot of damage. But they are cleaving apart those deckhand mobs just fine. And Furies being a very fragile, easy to crumble unit, they are already, a lot of them are already gone and back to the warp. Now some Tattered Furies are diving in for a second wave just to keep these handguns busy, while the Fiends are driving through the front line. They're not killing these Lamprey's Revenge fast enough, but they need to ignore those Lamprey's Revenge, just trying to shut down those missiles. As the Fiends are really pushing through, well, okay. Some more pistols are being shut down as well. These Fiends need to push through and go after some more of those handguns, I feel like. The Night Terrors at the back are trying to hold the line. Things are an absolute mess. Demonids are being summoned onto the battlefield. But will they... Wait, hold on. Where the fuck did they go? Alright, a second attempt to cast it. And they should be able to run straight onto these hand cannons and bombers and start cutting them down. At least keep them busy for now. But yeah, they should have no problem just slicing and dicing through them, even if the Lampreys, the Night Terrors try to stop them. Slangors have cleaned up all those zombie front line now. There are some devoted spears pushing in from the flank as well. But yeah, the Slangors should be able to start pushing in singles for devoted Marauders with spears pushing towards the flank and drive back the pistol mobs even further. Fiends though have taken significant damage. Nice slash, bursting some of the pistol mobs and knocking them out. And yeah, the Demonids have cleaned up one unit of bomber, and now they should start pushing on to a second unit. Yeah, they are just gonna clean up mopping up all these pistols and hand cannons if they can just get a few seconds alone time with them. But balance of power is in favor of the Vampire Coast though. The animated hulks and zombie pirate deckhand mobs, especially summons, are just holding back and grinding down the Slangors with over sheer attrition. Unfortunately, the Slaanesh army is just too fragile. Yes, they knocked out a lot of their enemy missiles, but they themselves taken way too much damage in the process, fighting halberds, braving the volleys of bullets, the hail of molten metal. It is not ideal for their for their physical well-being. Obviously, it's taking in too much heated metal and in high speed. And yeah, unfortunately, the fiends are being knocked out and sent back to the warp, and there's not much left for them to kill the Lamprey's Revenge and Gun Crabs. And that's going to be army losses here, with the Vampire Ghosts securing victory in this best of 3. And victory belongs to Jiffy once again. Man, Jiffy is getting on a roll today. And yeah, very strong performance from the Gun Crabs holding the line. And the pistols did pretty decent, just whittling down the enemy rather fragile existence of the Slaanesh troops, building up damage over time with pistols and bombs. And the hand cannons didn't do too much, as their range is short. Their firing arc are very awkward and just not ideal as a missile unit, but overall they managed to hold their ground, preserve enough of their balance of power to crush the Slaanesh troops just through sheer balance of power, really. And the Fiends, they didn't do that much damage overall, unfortunately, especially the ones that charge into the middle and eat a bunch of Rave Storm and pistols shots to the face. And also Count Noctilus just stabbing them in the face as well. Slangors killed a bunch of zombies, but didn't make enough progress fast enough to get to the back line. So a lot of those guns are still online into the late game, peppering down the Slaanesh formations. Now the final best of 3 now. We are moving on to the final one, and it is between Jiffy and Plaggus. Let me just quickly check the windows. I feel like the room is getting cold. I might have left the windows open. Give me a second. Okay, I did. No, I think I just forgot to turn on the heating. Alright, whatever. I'll deal with it later. Let's finish these couple games. Alright, blocker this time. Jiffy versus Plaggus. Plaggus is on the right. And Jiffy this time going with an expensive front line of demons. A front line of bloodletters going against Plaggus high elf build. A front line of bloodletters with some fiends of Slaanesh flanking and more furies. These are the Khorne variants in the skies with streaking sky rays, providing some anti-large presence as well. Fiends of Slaanesh, and leading the army is a herald of Slaanesh with shadows on a boofsnick. Yeah, I forgot what are they called actually. Yes, Hayseed or whatever it's called. Okay, now for the Herald of Slaanesh with Shadows, it's a Pit of Shades, Melkos Mystifying Miasma, Portal Glyph for the Fury Summon, and Locust of Grace for the High Elf army. Looks like they are going in with Master of the Mist spam. Well, it was before Master of the Mist plus machine guns. It was before the update where which has 2 uses of the Master of the Mist. So it's only going to be 1 use for these 3 units, and that's it. I didn't realize the High Elves have a purple style armor. I do like the purple color. I do like purple, but this is too bright of a purple in my opinion. But yeah, unfortunately the ship's companies do not have custom color schemes. They're all blue. They are believers of Manan after all, and they're gonna remain Lothan's ship's companies, I suppose. Alright, anyways, Talons of Torquelada with 2 Sisters of Avalon, regular ones, as they are gonna be boosted with that fire weakness. And the machine guns already turning on and shredding those bloodletters from afar. Other than that, we have Dragon Princes and Spearmen at the back, Laren Reavers, Silo Aislinn leading the army with what is the magic support? Wait, don't well, okay, Lore of Life with Earthblood. And immediately the machine guns have opened up I don't know if they can run out of range in time, because those machine guns, man, they're devastating. They didn't even bother turning around to shoot at our stuff. They just wanted to do as much damage as possible in an instant. I mean, they did some good damage, but I don't think it warrants... the kind of investment into Aislinn and his abilities. It's the Illyrian colors, and I agree they're ugly. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I know. I like purple in general. I just feel these purple are too bright on the... Like, it's like a purple of a highlight pen, if you get what I mean. Anyways, looks like there's a pit of shades coming in on the Sisters of Avalon, immediately knocking them over and deleting a good chunk of their HP bar. Fiends are coming in, but the Illyrian Reavers will be backing off. Dragon Princess might need to do their counter charge soon. But yeah, these Sisters of Avalon do not enjoy that at all, and immediately routing away. Sisters of Avalon now shooting in the front line, but Talons of Torquilate are bogged down by Chaos Furies diving in. These are Corn Furies, so they have extra attack damage due to that Frenzy ability. And Dragon Princess fighting Fiends is not an ideal engagement for them either. These Illyrian Reavers are in big trouble. Illyrian Reavers charging into Fiends are definitely going to lose it. Sisters of Avalon are holding their ground, but these, again, Corn Furies. Extra damage output. And even the melee stats of the Sisters are not going to keep them alive and win the battle there. And the Bloodletters being an elite infantry, relatively elite, definitely specialized in cutting down chaff there. Cut through those ship's company, no issue at all. And they're moving on to the next layer of the formation now, going up against spears. And yeah, they should be able to cleave through spears no problem as well. These Dragon Princes being hit by Sulfurific Mask being... Oh, that was a heavy hit from the Bolt of Change. They are routed away. They don't have immune to psychology. Dragon Princes, no immune to psychology. What a joke. And they're routed away, still having a quarter of their HP left. And barely pushed into their leadership barely pushed into the routing territory. I swear the Parthian has a deeper purple colors, no? Yeah. I don't remember the Parthians have... I mean, I saw some Total War Rome 2 footage, like gameplay before, and I don't remember their purple being that sharp and bright. But yeah. Yeah, that purple looks more like that it belongs to Slaanesh, honestly. But yeah. The front line buckled, the missiles didn't do enough damage to the enemy Bloodletters, and the mobility... The Dragon Princes were not great at trading against Fiends. Sealor Aislinn is still very much healthy, but he is only one person, one dragon. What can he do against all these Bloodletters and Screamers with anti-large and armor piercing? The Mage of Life is still alive, but there's nothing to heal. That's a problem. Okay, some Dragon Princes came back, and but then they are now surrounded again by Bloodletters and swarmed. The Breath Attack didn't do enough damage either, so yeah, I don't see how the High Elves can win. Wait, hold on. Don't tell me Aislinn is gonna single-handedly win this. Oh, they're playing on Conquest mode too. I didn't realize. I guess players are just playing on whatever mode they feel liking. They feel like it. But yeah, both sides forgot to capture it, so Sealor Aislinn in a pretty good position, still almost full health pretty much, and is in a great position to just psycho charge things down. This one remaining, Sisters of Avalon, is gonna try and bail out of the position there. Oh no! A brilliant Pit of Shades too! But Sealor Aislinn being still very much healthy, psycho charging things down. We shall see if he can just single-handedly bring this game back here, but the brilliant Pit of Shades nuking down all those ship's companies earlier, and now Sealor Aislinn is completely surrounded. Their healing being knocked out, no more Earth Blood for this guy here, and if the Herald of Slaanesh jumps into the fight, Sealor Aislinn will be whittled down by all those armor-piercing Sulfurific Mask, lowering their lowering their melee stats, and Bloodletter surrounding, poking him down with armor piercing as well. Right. And looks like, yeah, still Aislinn tried hard to bring this game back, but unfortunately the mobility didn't trade well into the Fiends, and the Sisters and the Talons of Torquelada just simply didn't do enough damage to justify the Lord of the Mist ability, boosting them up, which is quite unfortunate. And the formation has been overwhelmed. The ship's company is immediately buckling under the weight of Bloodletters, and Furies shutting down those high elf shooting. And yeah, that is a pretty handy victory to the Demons of Chaos army, one of the better armies in the meta right now. And yeah, next up, one more battle, and then we shall see if this is the last battle or the second to the last. Because right now, Jiffy is on a 1-point lead in this best of 3. If he wins, then it's over with Jiffy as the victor of this best of 3. Or Darth Plaggus will be stretching this best of 3 into the next round. Alright, let's slow down a bit there. We have Slaanesh army on Jiffy's side, a front line of Devoted Marauders mixed in with Slangors. And that's a lot of Slangors too. Chaos Knights of Slaanesh and Hell Striders of Slaanesh. On the right, similarly, Knights and Hell Striders, but there's also the Pleasure Guard, a very good unit. An excellent, unbreakable fighter with devastating charging if they are getting at the flank. Leading the army is the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh with Shadows, Pit of Shades, and Melkov's Mystifying Miasma. Prismatic Amplifier to get more magic recharge. As for the Wood Elves on the other side from Plaggus, a front line of Dryad, second line of Hackbane Tips, Glade Gods, third line of... oh wait, that's a... oh. Hackbane Tips and Starfire Shafts mixed in together actually. And Eternal Gods on the flanks there with Glade Riders and Wild Hunters of Kurnos. So a lot of firepower. Let's see if the Dryads can hold long enough for the archers to actually do the work here. Leading the army is the Spellweaver of Dark Magic with Doombolt and Doombolt only to snipe out the enemy single entities, I assume. But will they have the chance? We shall see. Fast forward a bit. As the Wood Elves are moving up ahead and trying to get that capture point in their range. But no, they are not sending units over to capture it though. I think that... they're switching their formations around, trying to get into position for a better protection of their backline. Wild Hunters charging into Chaos Knights, Pit of Shades, deleting one Glade God with Hackbane Tips, but that's fine, there are 6 more lying around. But the problem is that the Wild Hunters of Kurnos are being swarmed by not only the Chaos Knights but also the Hell Striders, and the Glade Riders are not in the position to protect them and provide support. They are countercharging, but it might be a bit too late as the Hell Striders are backing the hell away from there, while the Spellweaver is surrounded by the enemy Hell Striders. Dryads duking out against Slangors and are doing alright with the Glade God fire support, but some of these Hell Striders manage to sneak into the back line, and the Spears, the Eternal Guards, are not in the position to fight back these mobility. Neither are the Glade Riders. Wild Hunters of Kurnos have the advantage in the forest, being woodsmen and has the anti-large armor piercing, able to beat down the Chaos Knights, but they don't have any healing. They need that everything went into the Spellweaver of Dark Magic, and who is only going to drop Doombolt onto enemy single entities who are way too far away to be targeted. So the Glade Gods are holding firm for now. They are standing their ground, but here comes a second wave of Slangors and Marauders, and the Dryads will have to deal with all these infantry afterwards. As right now the Dryads are not in the position to deal. These are Wraiths of the Frozen Hearted even, but they're losing against the Slangor right now. They're not in the position to bail out the Glade Gods on the other side, as the Glade Riders themselves are also quite busy against the enemy mobility. The Eternal Gods and Dryads will once again lose to the Slangors, and Marauders are now cutting down the Glade Gods, who are shooting at the enemy expensive troops, but not shooting at the enemy's more threatening troops, which are the Slangors right now, already cutting their way through those Dryads. And another Pit of Shades, a deadly one as well. Another unit of Hackbane Tips going down. And now the Wood Elves do not have much firepower left. All their missile units are compromised. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus are routed away as I assume they're just overrun by numbers at this point. As they were pretty much on their last leg after fighting through those Chaos Knights of Slaanesh, so that was not ideal for them at all. And now Slangor is cutting through the enemy infantry, pushing into the back line. All the Hackbane Tips are done for. The forest sometimes helps the Wood Elves, but this time also covers the flanking maneuver. Provides cover for the flanking maneuver of the Slaanesh troops and help them shield some of those incoming missiles. And yeah, I think that is GG for the Wood Elves, as it is pretty much Slangors killing everything they have remaining on the field. There are still some tattered Chaos Knights on the field, but yeah, that is going to be GG. Striders will do some good work on this map, I expect. Yeah, they definitely did. And yeah, that is the end of the final battle, as Jiffy takes the second win in this best of 3 and became the victor of these playoffs. I think he won all the playoffs, actually. He just kept winning till the end. Yeah. Yeah, he just went straight win against all 4 opponents, and I think that means he is the victor of the playoffs. Anyways, let's go back into the army performances there. You can see the infantry, the Marauders didn't do too much, but these Slangors, man, they did so well against all the lightly armored troops of the Wood Elf army. The Dryads, the Eternal Guards, none can stand before the Slangors due to them being so fragile. The Hell's Riders also did pretty decent, while the Pleasure Guard also got some good work done. The Wood Elves, man, they got nuked hard. The front line got plowed through by all those Slangors, and the mobility just don't have enough numbers to hold back all the double Striders and double Chaos Knights. And then without enough melee troops to protect them, all that investment into Glaive Guards were not able to recover their value because they were just compromised by Pit of Shades and by a bunch of mobility and infantry just swarming their positions. I think the Doom Bolt. Yeah, they didn't manage to get the Doom Bolt on the Caster Lord at all. Very wisely, Jiffy just stayed the hell away from the Doombolt caster with the Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh and let his army do all the heavy lifting there. The Pit of Shades did the damage, but he didn't get close enough to get Doombolted, which is not ideal. Yeah. And I think the Spellweaver got overly cautious there, staying too far back. Because when you see the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh, you know that they have no tools to rampage you, unless using the army ability. Because a Shadows caster has no access to Pavane, so your Spellweaver wouldn't be rampage, so you'll be fine, and you can just be a bit more aggressive for the caster. But yeah, that is going to be GG here with the final battle cast from the playoffs. A massive thanks to Human Boy Yes to keep and his admins for keeping that keeping the Vermin League running, so that we have some excellent multiplayer battlegrounds. And shout out to Incarz for reaching out with all these replays for me to cast in the stream. Thank you so much, and of course, thank you all for being around and checking out the replays with me in this stream. GG to everyone who were playing in the playoffs in the Clan Red bracket. And seems like Jiffy has a very solid streak of wins throughout this playoff. And yeah, that is going to be all for today's stream. I hope you all enjoyed all these multiplayer action and some very cool battles as well. And that's going to be it for today. I'll see if I can actually host a multiplayer 20 tomorrow and on next Wednesday. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'll drop a message in the Night Crew Discord tomorrow morning and see if we have enough players to get a 20 going tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, which starts roughly the same time as my Wednesday 20s. But yeah, if you're interested, feel free to just drop a message in the feel free to just join in when I drop an at everyone ping on the Sunday 20 Discord channel. But yeah, for now, I'll see if I can get it done first. But anyways, that's it for the stream for now. Thank you everyone for playing in the Vermin League playoffs, and of course, thank you for Incarz for reaching out, and thank you for watching the stream. That's all for today. I'll see you all in the next one, maybe tomorrow or maybe next Wednesday. We shall see. That's all for today. Thank you. Have a nice rest of the night or afternoon wherever you are, and yeah, see you soon. Tactical Lich signing out.